Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and welcome. We got a couple things to talk about before the hearing starts at 10 o'clock. If you can, please hit the like button, the subscribe button, if you will. There will be a ticker at the bottom of the screen. If you feel like my show does a good job and you like our content, I would ask you make a donation if you can. Our channel only runs on donations from viewers like you, so we'd very appreciate it. Right now, we only have the option of Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. I do read them. I don't read government names like your real name because we know the kind of harassment people receive. So, but that ticker will be at the bottom of the screen. I'll periodically pop up the bigger one because they always miss the bottom one, and I can't make that one bigger, unfortunately. But I will pop up the bigger one periodically. But it is definitely time for some justice. It is time for some. Oh, we got to change that. Why does it do that? Yesterday, I didn't have to change that thing. I automatically went to the last one I had it on. Come on, man. StreamYard just wants to, for almost $50 a month. This is cray cray. Get your shit together, StreamYard. Get your fucking shit together. All right. So as I predicted, and as most of you predicted, because we are actually a smart bunch of critical thinkers, Karen's ill-fated try at the federal court was denied yesterday in a very lengthy ruling, basically saying, screw, no, not happening, denied, which is no shock to any of us. It's a shock to the Free Hear and Read crowd, the sewer turtle crowd. But it is no shock to us that it was ultimately denied. Then we get this opposition this morning, basically saying what I've already known, but I couldn't exactly spew, that Ian and Karen are under investigation for basically witness intimidation again. That's no shock to anybody as well. Most of us already knew that. It's not hard to figure out that if there is evidence to prove that you are committing a crime, you might be charged with said crime, right? So that justice that we've all been waiting for, it's coming. It's working on it. It's coming. So yeah, right. Exactly. Eve Bug, my girl, you are right. Exactly. Invoking the spirit of John O'Keefe to rain justice down for his family and his friends and his supporters. Let's not forget any of them, because every single person who has stuck their necks out on the line and paid the price by being harassed by a relentless mob of weirdos deserves justice when it comes to all of this. And I think it's coming. It's a slow moving train, but karma, she is a coming. And so I find just a few parts of this opposition quite interesting. Okay. Also, just real quick, I just want to thank, hold on. I also just might periodically have messages. I'm getting sort of information that's sort of flowing in quickly today. So I just want to apologize if I check this phone too many times today. You saw it on the docket, or you saw the document itself, Eva? The document should be impounded. Hey, Maestro. Okay, so let's see. Oh, yes, I want to thank Kelly. She sent a donation after yesterday's live stream, a $30 one. She said, for making me laugh. Needed it. You're totally welcome, Kelly. I had to go back and watch. People were messaging me and sending me different things about my Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle. And so people were like, you have to go back and watch what you said. You have to. You have to. And I'm like, I know what I said. I was there. It's my show. No, but you have to go back and watch you. It's so different, when it comes out of your mouth and you're just saying it on your show and it's just freely coming out, than when you go back and actually watch yourself. So I did, just because so many people were like, you have to. I did. And I got a good chuckle out of it. I'm not going to lie. I got a good chuckle. We had, Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle. That's what his motion screamed like. Poor thing. Not. I don't feel bad for him, not even a little bit. I actually didn't see your question about her, Eva, yesterday, but it should be Yes, impounded. Yes, exactly. So it's filed, but it's impounded. Well, we're gonna watch it. I don't know why he is attending on Zoom. That's the weird part. I want to know why he is attending on Zoom. Does he feel like he could be arrested? Is that his reason for being on Zoom? To be on the courthouse steps? Did he realize there isn't going to be any supporters out there? He just didn't want to, like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why he is asking to do his on Zoom, you know? I don't know. Like, oh my God. Well, thank God for that. Thank God for that, Ellen. She was not a very nice person, that's for sure. So it says the Commonwealth's investigation into these matters remains open. Okay. And it knows of no bar against presenting them to another grand jury should it elect to do so. And then another part of it that I found funny was he said the Read team repeatedly provided Kearney with information, including videos and copies of documents, sometimes with a request, always ascended to, that he not use it or not use it yet, lest the Commonwealth discern its source. At times, they would suggest angles for Kearney to cover or otherwise ask for his assistance. For example, on 8/8/2023, Read texted Kearney, "Do you have the memo town employees were emailed about speaking to you reporters?" Allen wants to blast it. The Read team responded to Kearney's specific request for information, discussed strategy, and quite frequently stoked his ego by effusing about his YouTube presentations. Kearney reciprocated by passing along information he has come across, his own theories, and the names and contact information of certain potential witnesses. Both the Read team and Kearney took pains to conceal their actual relationship. For example, on May 3rd, 2023, Yannetti texted Kearney, "Dude, don't be offended if we don't shake your hand on the way into court. We want to maintain the separation and your independent investigation." You know, the independent investigation that wasn't so independent. You know, I know that's definitely what yeah, he will be on Zoom. I don't really know why. And I wonder if that will change. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. You know, we will find out. But I told you guys it's slow moving, right? Like the choo-choo train of karma is oftentimes slow. But make no mistake when I say that it is coming. Like, yep, we're here again. Oh, they're definitely toast. Definitely toast. 100% toast. It's going to be all. So I find it funny when he like has been trying to claim, because like we all know that when he claims there's nothing there, that like, yeah, it's there. So I find it funny that he's been saying like, "Oh, there's nothing in the phones. There's nothing there." Like he's made such a big stink to make sure that he says there's nothing there. That you have to know that means that there's something there. Definitely is a scared little turtle. Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle. That's what we're dealing with, folks. But oh God, I'm looking at the law and crime thing, and it's the chat with like 4 people in it right now. And there's 1, 2. No one cares they talk, but no witnesses should be harassed or intimidated, and there is proof that they did. Why do you need to harass witnesses if you're innocent and have nothing to hide or worry about? Holly, I agree with you 100%. Snarks Galore says Turtleboy is busted, and then you have like 3 or 4 free Karen Read people. Well, if you think he is awful, Karen Read is guilty. We're covering this case. I want to see how many actually make it over here from there. There's like only 4 or 5 people commenting in there, but there was like 3 free Karen Read people. It's like, you guys can't still believe that after everything that's coming out. There's no goddamn way. Like there just isn't. Like There just can't be. Like, good morning. You know what, Ash? Send it to me anyway, just because I have like snippets and pieces of things, but just send it to me anyway. If you got a screenshot, I think this is the one that I'm reading right now, but I have pieces of it. I have two separate pieces of it, but if you can get more than just a piece of it, I don't even know how you have that on the screen though. I can't deal with people like that. Yeah, the glare. Yeah, like I can't. I just can't. Well, I don't think that's true because a lot of us already knew some of this. So we would have just said it out loud like a long time ago. Like, I think it's also not like you don't need Einstein to tell you that they work together. We know from the communications that they had, and we know from the whining and bitching that he did, like, oh, listen, if I had the time and the money, I would happily go back to school. I've been told this by lawyers for years. I've been offered jobs if I do. I've taken the mock bar exam like a billion times. Believe you me, if I didn't have a terminally ill child and I had the time and I had the money, I very well would probably go back to school and finish for law. And be an attorney. Absolutely 100%. It's been my dream my entire life. I've been studying law since I was 12 when I was a witness. I've just been fascinated by it since then. You know, believe you me when I say if I had the time and the money, I absolutely would, And I also told you guys, don't count Hank out. Remember I said yesterday, don't count Hank out. Like, Hank knows what he's doing. He knows. I mean, I don't think third party culprit was ever a go, honestly. I think the judge just allowed it. And like, even though she ruled against it, she still allowed them to do this BS. And it's like, stop allowing them to argue something that they very clearly don't have evidence of. Like, that's what it requires you to have evidence of it, right? Like, I think that's another problem, Parson. I think that's part of what we've talked about before, which is they've been scammed out of their money by people who are willingly lying to them, not people who actually believed it. And if you look closely, some of the people who actually believed she was innocent in the beginning when there was no evidence to sort of look over, a lot of us, as soon as evidence came to light and we got it, immediately changed our positions because the evidence is proving otherwise, right? It's the people that didn't, that doubled and tripled and quadrupled down and that just keep chugging along. It would be embarrassing for them at this point. I feel like that's part of the reason why they don't. It would be embarrassing for them to say, we were duped. Sorry, we were lied to. And they know that most of their audience that watches them every day is going to turn on them. They're going to be called names, harassed by the mob. All that money that flows in donations per show is out the window. Goodbye. You can say goodbye to it. And so they don't want to take that risk. So it's like, you know what? You're the one who has to look yourself in the mirror. You're the one who has to sleep with your, sleep knowing what you have done to people and that you have willingly lied to them for money. And it's sad. And the integrity just doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately, for some of these people. I appreciate that SMK, sorry. It's still morning, excuse me. SMK, I appreciate that. I have, believe me, I know my talents. And I don't think it's, some people are like, they come off as condescending. And it's like, listen, I know a little about a lot, but I know a lot about the law. And so that's been my passion my entire life. So like, there's one thing that I know when it comes to my talents, and they're two separate things. And I'm a damn good friend, and that I know the law like the back of my hand. Like, I just do. It's something I've studied for an extremely long period of time. And I've also like worked in the criminal justice system itself. Like, I've also sat in on trials. So like, this is all, none of this is new to me. I know exactly how all of this works. And I've been offered jobs by attorneys if I would just go back to school and just pass the bar. And believe you me, I've thought about if I could work it in. I just, with my kid being sick, it's not an option, Thank you, Ash. It is about Bridgewater, SMK. I worked with the criminally insane, funny enough. It is about the Sewer Turtles phone stuff for Karen's case. That's what it's about today. But I actually loved working there. It's for the criminally insane. So we're talking about people that are not okay. But it's also working in mental health. And with my dad who committed suicide when I was 21 and me having CPTSD, I actually loved that job. I just couldn't afford to, after I had my little, I couldn't afford to pay 40 grand a year in childcare. If you're only making 60, and 40 just in the childcare, not including like transportation back and forth. And so it's like you were losing, So unfortunately, since I couldn't afford the childcare, I would love to go back there, that's, but I would also like to go back to school. So it's like, I could do either one. I loved it there. Oh, I love that for you, Dewdrops. I love that. I absolutely love that. Yes, Bridgewater. I don't find it tough though. I actually enjoyed it. I don't know. I guess it's not for the faint of heart. You actually have to just be the type of person that can like deal with there's a possibility you could be attacked at any moment because these people aren't all there. But the COs were fired by Governor Baker at the time, and the company that I worked for took over. The private company that I worked for took over. And so we took the jobs of the COs. Funny part is we didn't get the pay of COs, and we got decent pay, but we didn't get the pay of COs or the benefits of COs, and we didn't get the title. They called us recovery treatment specialists. Because we didn't work. So, but the funny part is we had to pass background checks for the DOC and the private company we worked for. So 2 separate ones. And we had to take 2 separate classes, like one for the private company and then one for the DOC. So it's great. It's, insane. That name does not ring a bell to me. I worked in the intake unit. That was my unit. B1 and B2 are like on top of each other. So I worked there. And so anybody who was in like a max unit, I filled in sometimes in the infirmary, but I didn't work in the max unit. So there were a lot of people that were housed over in the max unit because they just could not behave. So I didn't ever fill in over at the max unit. So intake and then like sort of above intake is where we had a little more like less violent, more docile people. And then in C is where we had like lifers. Like, so, I mean, I filled in most of the units except the max unit. I also think that they always just want big burly men in the max unit to deal with those inmates. They don't come out of their cells much though. So because they're in the max unit, like, but I absolutely love that for you, Dewdrops. I love that. Do you love your job, or is it, I mean, I know it's taxing. You don't have to tell me, believe me. I know working in mental health itself is taxing, but do you like feel like you're making a difference? Because I felt like at least I was making a difference. Some of these people had beautiful artistic abilities and they would draw me these beautiful pictures. And I'm like, you need to do art. Like you could be a tattoo artist. You could paint, like, they just have amazing talent, some of these people. But I also saw a lot of mentally ill people. And I will tell you, a lot of the things that the sewer turtle does are very mentally ill. Like, and it reminds me of some of the, people that we had over there in Bridgewater. Like, just some of the stuff he says and does is just like classic. Like, no, only the one for Lindsay's impounded. Yeah, see, I feel like I talked to a lot of people who work in mental health that say that, you know? I wasn't the only one. Yeah. Karen is not so smart. That's for sure. Not so smart. Hey, Scorpio. Peggy and Paul are rock stars, absolute rock stars. I'm going to try to get, let's see, I know it's on Law and Crime. So, Law and Crime. This chat that's going by on her thing. I mean, I think we all knew they weren't under active investigation, though. Like, I just, it doesn't. Like, for witness intimidation, I think we've been hearing whispers of a grand jury for quite some time now, Like, let's see. Some of these people are batshit crazy, dude. Like, what in the actual hell? Oh my god. This person, BHBAJO and CA, were alone in the basement. Really, Colin Albert wasn't even there. So how does that, your stupid, oh my god, the theories these people have when they don't even take into consideration the actual facts, like Colin wasn't even there. Like, I can't. Like, and also, if people would stop putting justice for John O'Keefe and free hearing read in the same sentence, that'd be effing great, because those two things cannot coexist. I'm sorry, but they cannot. There is no justice for John if you want to free his murderer. All right, let's just make that abundantly freaking clear. It just still says upcoming. I get nervous though, because it's supposed to like alert you when it's live, and for the last 2 times it's not alerting me when it's live. And on Law and Crime, they have like the thing that'll say notify me, but that's not the thing I'll stream it on a totally different one, which is weird. So like, I don't know, I got an eye on it. Oh hey, TB2, welcome. Oh, you have no idea, Kelly girl. I hope you heard my thank you that I gave you earlier at the beginning of the show. I don't know if you just popped in now or not, but yes, the audacity of him saying people are messing with his livelihood. I'll be the first one to say, like, he messed with my livelihood with his bold-faced lies. My livelihood, mine. I'm a very small channel. He didn't give a fuck about the lies that he told or the misinterpretations or the twisting that he did when it came to my life and how that would affect my livelihood at all. He didn't give a shit, as long as he could cover up for his own bull crap, which is what he has always tried to do. I did see that, Rose. But he didn't give a shit about anybody else's livelihood that he has affected. He has made an immense amount of money off of this whole entire scheme and scam that he has done. All right. So he has destroyed hundreds of lives with his lies. Sorry. So how dare he say anything about his goddamn livelihood? Okay. He has made money off of this. He didn't lose money off of this. So I don't even know how he could even argue that at all. He has made more money than he's ever made before. Like, to even argue that is so self-serving, ignorant, and like a lack of general awareness, never mind self-awareness. Like, yes, it is, Scorpio. Yep. I'm ready to do a happy dance. I'll tell you that much. A lot of us have been waiting for justice for quite some time, and I am totally ready to pop some champagne bottles, do a happy dance, have a whole party. Like, let's do it. Let's do it. You know? Oh, thank you, Eva. Me too. Me too. We have quite a few newbies. But everybody knows that they're welcome, you know? Like, even people who think Karen are innocent are welcome if they're going to have a civil debate about it, a civil conversation about it, and they know that. And we have a few. Interesting. Thank you for that information, Ashley. Interesting. I can't believe there's just a lack of, like, what? Who's like, that man needs help. Like, he needs help. Okay. I did see that thing, Black Rose, about Portnoy. Yeah, make sure you're Ellen, make sure that the bell notification when you go to subscribe to my channel, that you click on that bell, that's automatically to most. So if you don't change it to all, then it won't notify you. I'm going to check on this real quick and make sure we're not missing anything. Let's see here. Here we go. It's live now, so we're going to change it to this. Hold on. In the meantime, while I'm doing this and getting this all up on our stream, if anybody wants to throw a donation at the channel and you appreciate what we do, we would really appreciate it. The information is at the bottom of the screen. You can do PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo, because we only survive on donations from our viewers. It's greatly appreciated. We are looking at the fan, I guess. We are looking at the fan. I have it unmuted. So wonderful. Let's see here. I did see that little clip of Portnoy saying they thought Karen was not innocent, but that she could have been found not guilty by like some reasonable doubt. But I did see it. And then somebody said, "Oh, you're afraid of Turtleboy." And he was like, no, like what the hell? Like, so I did see that little snippet of Portnoy. Yeah, sometimes YouTube notifications don't work. I don't know why. I know I'm still, I got my, hold on. Sorry. I got my coffee. I'm in the mom hair, don't care mode. Sorry. I don't care. I have messy hair that's in a bun. My hair headband on. It's early in the morning. Sorry, let me get that off the screen. I hear some voices coming into the courtroom. Guess we'll find out. Let's hope so, Kelly. Let's hope so that he's about to experience what he put me and many other people through, because the amount of things that he has put people through is immense. And I hope the full weight of all of that times 100 is put on him. To be fully honest, I really hope that what he has put me and everybody else through is times 100 for him. And it is absolutely getting close to turtle soup. I can't. I love it. He is ultimately repulsive Dewdrops. We know that, Yeah, they don't belong in the same sentence. Not even by a damn long shot. They can't coincide. Thank you, TB2. Yeah, we have a hearing for the Sewer Turtles phone stuff. Apparently he'll be on Zoom. I don't know why. There's just a clip. I saw a clip that everybody else saw of Portnoy talking about it. Oh, that's weird, Ellen. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, sometimes it's just YouTube, What? It's supposed to say 325. See, sometimes I'll write the entire thing out and it'll be there, and then I hit the button and magically it just, like, I literally watched it on the screen. 325. I'll have to fix it after. I can't fix it while I'm actively live, I don't think. This is Dedham. As far as I know, it's Dedham. Just a different courtroom. Yeah. Oh, definitely shitting his pants. Maybe he's writing another Diary of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle motion again. Dear, where's my feather pen?
Yeah.
Dear Your Honor, I have to attend on Zoom today because I'm very, very concerned I will be arrested again.
Attorney Cosgrove?
I don't like
Attorney
that.
Cosgrove?
Also, could you please tell Karen to stop talking on her documentary that I don't like that. She talks too much in her documentary.
You let me know.
Signed, Love,
Exactly.
independent
Thank you.
journalist, blogging award-winning Turtle Douchemerson. I mean, Aiden Carey. He should be afraid of being arrested. Yeah, sorry. Yes, the 28th.
I would have too.
It's magically malicious. Magically
Should I just
malicious.
sign in on my laptop? Sending it to Zoom.
Little gnome.
Shut up and let you do it.
He's like a little gnome. Good morning, Suzanne. Turtle douche. Doucherson.
Yes.
Douchey or doucherson. Let's see if I can change it. Should say 328.25. Let me see if I can fix it.
What if the lottery was on your phone?
Come on.
With
First
real
of all,
tickets,
I'm trying to do something too.
real winners, and
Just gonna play for a
really
second.
secure. Play your official state lottery with lotto.com.
Yeah, and if you win, let me know. Would love to win the lottery. Like most of all of us would like own a brand new house, and we would all have a car. I'd be like, Oprah, you get a car and you get a house and you get $10,000 to help your life. Like, Dude, the things that I would do with winning the lottery and how many people I could help. Oh my God. It would be amazing. Toodly dooshy, toodly dooshy, toodle douche. No, I wish it was for violating bond. I wish. No, it is not. They got to get him on Zoom, guys. They got to get him on the Zoom. Let's see if I can edit it right now. Edit. Edit. Oh, no, it won't let me edit the name. Oh, right here. Oh, you want to know why? Because it picked up the last time I wrote that in a title.
Welcome to Zoom
Sneaky.
for Government. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
Sneaky. Okay, it should be fixed on X
And by the
at
way,
least.
I couldn't find you. I found the other one. I did.
It won't fix on this
Enter your
original one here
participant
until
ID
after
followed
I'm
by pound. Otherwise, just press
not
pound
live
to
anymore.
continue.
Oh wait, yes it will. Hold on.
You are in the meeting now.
Ish.
There are 13
go.
participants in the meeting. You have been added to the waiting room. You cannot talk or listen until the host admits you to the meeting.
Ooh, sorry. They're trying to get him on the Zoom. I bet he's in the middle of writing a "Dear God, it's me, Margaret. It's me, Margaret. Dumpster
You are
fire.
muted.
Toodly douche. Sewer turtle McStupidson. Today I got my period all over my hands. It's me. It's me, Margaret. It's on the toilet.
I think I'm all set. Oh,
The hearing is for the stuff that's in his phone. Anna.
You are unmuted.
Oh, so many. Zooming his way to jail, following all the lies, you know, all the stuff he does on a daily basis. Like when he has his glasses on, all I can think of is like that little kid in class that constantly goes like this. Please, guys, don't steal my glasses. Don't steal my glasses, guys. Don't steal my glasses. Gee willikers, they wouldn't play with me. So I shall get my revenge. That's like him. They don't like me, so I get my revenge. He's like Pinky in the Brain, except he's not the brain. Oh man, it won't let me change the title on YouTube. It let me change it for the other one. Whatever.
You are muted.
I changed it, but I don't know. Yeah, it won't let me do the YouTube version of it. Whatever. Hey, Heather. You're welcome, Anna. Oh, Karen's lawyers are zooming in too. Everyone's just scary today, huh? Not like they shouldn't already be here since they're, especially Yannetti, like your clients. Trial starts
You are
soon.
unmuted.
Okay? Like, come on, man.
Hello?
This is cray.
You are muted.
Yes, exactly. The phone data. Yeah, you're not going to find anything for Lindsay because it's impounded. So don't bother looking for it because you're going to find it there. That is them trying to do Zoom. That annoying beeping is them getting people in on Zoom. So they have to like dial people. It's that's how they do it on the Zoom. Dirty delete. Too bad. He's one of those people that actually thinks that if you delete something on your phone that like it will be deleted. Like, no, sir, it will always be there. Why don't you ask Rick Green? Unless he's at McNasty's and he just can't answer you right now. He's at McNasty's. You might want to call back after the beep. Beep. This is Judge Doolin. As far as what the docket says, it says Judge Doolin. We are zooming from an undisclosed location while they're writing the diary of the wimpy sewer turtle. They're helping him write the diaries of the wimpy sewer turtle from an undisclosed location, possibly in New Mexico, from Hangar 9. They're with the aliens. That's all he's going to have soon enough is a prison sewer bathroom. Very screwed. Highly screwed. Yeah, he's not that smart. He doesn't know how to do nones of that, Ash. Oh, just FYI, judges like to take their sweet time when it comes to anything. I just want everybody to know that. Judges take their sweet time. They will get on the bench when they feel like it. Dude, they could send him to outer space for all I care. One giant drop kick to Pluto. Leave him there. Could be the first person on Pluto. Wouldn't survive getting there, but I mean, leave him there.
You are muted.
I'm not really sure. We're going to have to find out. We're going to have to find out what kind of mood Judge Doolin's in. And they're probably dealing with like a ton of people trying to get on the Zoom right now. I would have no doubt about that. So they need to get the correct people on first before they can allow the mob in. I got jokes every day. Just in rare form today, that's all. Just like I was yesterday. I can see when he gets to jail and like all these people that have been waiting for him to get there. They're like, oh yeah, me and this guy. Try to get him to come out of his cell by being friendly to him. Me and this guy, we go way back like car seats, guy. We go back like car seats. This is my buddy. Then he comes out and they want to actually play. Hank is amazing. We love Hank. No felons allowed on Pluto? Well, god damn it. I don't think they have a collective IQ of 1, darling. Bomb.com. Hank. I feel like we have to have like a chant for Hank. They call him Spanky, and I'm like, yeah, because he spanks you. I find it so funny that you guys would call him something that like accurately shows how he gets rid of your ridiculous conspiracy theory. Parson, thank you for the $10 of breadstick money.
Welcome to Zoom for Government. Enter your meeting ID.
I appreciate you, my friend. Breadstick money. I feel like we have to have a song for that every time someone sends it with the caption of breadstick money.
Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise, just press you.
Sweet.
Are in the meeting now. There are 12
that is great to hear, Anna.
In the meeting, you have been added to the waiting room.
Hopefully, he never gets out on parole anyway.
Listen until the host admits you to the meeting.
If we're waiting, if any of you other wonderful folks want to send breadstick money, like Parson just did, this is the way you can do it. Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. We only survive from donations from our viewers, so we would really appreciate it. I don't read anybody's real name. I only say your screen name because we don't want people harassing you. And people can say anonymous if they want. They have to just write A or ANON. Or if it's Cash App, you would just put a heart and I'll know that you just want to be anonymous.
You are muted. You can.
He's living his best life with drone, drugs, and toilet wine. That's an actual prison report. Well, hey, I feel like that's exactly how that's going to work for the sewer turtle too. Start searching for countries that don't extradite. He wants to go to Cuba.
You are muted.
It's the turd whisperer.
You are unmuted.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
There's going to be nobody else in the courtroom. This is it. Like, what's happening? I'm confused. Uranus.
Jim, just so you know, we hear
Three hots and a cot.
echo. I think two people might be in the same room, and that might be causing it.
That's Yannetti, definitely. Hey, potluck. 3 hots and a cot is right. And that's all Turtledboy's going to need. We might have a massive meltdown because, we can't have internet in prison. So he'll be drinking a lot of that toilet wine. I don't know what the damage is with this goddamn hearing, but it's starting to damage my brain cells if it doesn't hurry the F up. Is everyone on Zoom? I guess. It's weird, though. Hey, what's happening? Why are we losing audio? Well, they turned it back on. Hello. Screw the glare. He's a dick. Well, we're getting captions. Players really don't get it. Include me, incredible. But what I mean... We still, it worked out. Places like Landmark. Question. Because you are muted. And mute yourself. You are unmuted.
You are unmuted.
Do we still have the echo?
Do we have the hacker? Who's the hacker?
Thankfully, you
the
have
captions
DoorDash,
are just reading
and
it
top-rated
wrong.
shoppers will deliver groceries right to your door as if you picked them all yourself.
I think it's the captions just
All right,
reading things wrong. I hear Hank, I feel like. No, the judge wouldn't be on Zoom. What is happening? What just happened? Hello, McFly.
Hey, Paul, I'm all set.
There's a witness. So confused.
Folks, make sure your cell phones are off and put away for me, please. Thank you.
It's bad. It's so bad, Potluck. I know. Tiny Aiden zooming from the backyard playhouse where he sleeps. I'm dead. I'm dead. It's a conspiracy, I tell you. A conspiracy.
Judge, this is 22117 and 23313, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, and separately the Commonwealth versus Aiden Hearing. Can I have the parties identify themselves?
Mr. Clerk, hold on just a moment, please.
Sure.
I need to plug in because I believe we have parties on Zoom.
Okay, I'm
And
sorry.
it's also my understanding that we're only here on case 0117.
That was also my understanding.
Okay.
Thank you.
And do you have the Zoom identification link for me, please?
I do. It's right here.
Thank you.
There's no passcode.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk. You may
Judge,
call the
thank
case
you.
and identify the parties.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves, starting with the Commonwealth?
Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth, relative to docket 00117.
Good morning, Attorney Brennan.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Robert Cosgrove. I'm a special prosecutor on the Aiden Kearney cases, and I suppose for purposes of this motion, I'm respondent to the Rule 17 motion.
Good morning, Attorney Cosgrove.
Good morning.
Hello, Your Honor. Timothy Bradel for Aiden Kearney. I see him on the Zoom for the record.
Good morning, Attorney Bradel. Good morning, Mr. Kearney.
And Mark Federer for Mr. Carney. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Attorney Federer.
And good morning, Judge. Attorney David Yannetti for Karen Reed, who is also present on the Zoom.
Good morning, Attorney Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Attorney Little. Anyone else here that we need to recognize before we proceed? Doesn't seem so.
No, you-
Okay. Folks, we are here on two related matters this morning. As an initial matter, we are here because there seems to be some confusion concerning my order of March 20th on docket 615. Docket 615 on the Commonwealth's Rule 17 motion. Also, we're here because there has been a motion for protective order, docket 636, filed by intervener Kearney, and so we will hear that as well. So with regard to my order, let me start by saying this. Going back to Attorney Brennan's affidavit filed in this case on March 5th, 2025, in support of the Commonwealth's motion for records, Attorney Brennan, you specifically stated that, quote, it's been represented to the court by defense counsel Bradel on behalf of Mr. Kearney that there's an implicit long-term mutual assistance and mutual defense agreement between counsel for Mr. Kearney and counsels for this defendant, Reed. On the basis of that sworn statement, I specifically inquired of you, Mr. Brennan, at the hearing on this matter last week, do any of the three categories of documents and data that the Commonwealth seeks by the Rule 17 motion include communications with Mr. Kearney and counsel for the defendant in this case? You replied, no, these would be privileged. So based on these representations and the court's belief that there were no privileged materials implicated by the Commonwealth's motion, I ordered that all communications between Mr. Kearney and Ms. Reed during the time frame in question with regard to these three articulated categories be produced. However, subsequently, the special prosecutor in Mr. Kearney's case, in possession of the documents in question on March 26, informed the court that, one, there are in fact a substantial number of communications within the documents and data requested that are indeed communications between Mr. Kearney and Ms. Reed's counsel. And moreover, the special assistant district attorney in that case took the position, contrary to the one asserted by Attorney Brennan in this case, claiming that those communications are not, in fact, privileged. So my order did not specifically exclude from production communications between Mr. Kearney and Ms. Reed's counsel because the court was told there were no such communications. And in any event, the Commonwealth acknowledged that they were privileged. So my first question is to you, Attorney Brennan. Respectfully, did I misunderstand you, or perhaps vice versa? In other words, I understood that you weren't requesting the production of any privileged communications, to wit, communications between Mr. Kearney and Ms. Reed's counsel. And as such, if that is the case, and we did understand each other, I can simply clarify my order for Special ADA Cosgrove that those claimed to be privileged communications will be excluded from the Rule 17 production and we can move on. If that's not the case, I'd like to hear why.
Sure. May I?
Yes, you may.
I think there are two separate issues regarding privilege. One is whether Mr. Kearney's attorneys, Mr. Betterow and Mr. Brado, have privileged communications, and separately, Ms. Reed's attorneys' communications with Mr. Kearney. When Your Honor asked the question, I believe we were referring to Mr. Kearney's attorney. And so what I understood from the motion filings is that there were no privileged communications between Mr. Kearney and his attorney in those phones. And so there would be nothing privileged to protect.
Okay, I specifically asked, does this include communications between Mr. Kearney and counsel for the defendant, Reed?
I don't doubt that you asked that if that is what happened, but that wasn't my answer to the question because perhaps I was focused more on Mr. Kearney.
So you confirmed today that we misunderstood each other.
Or I misunderstood. I'll take responsibility for it. But I was trying to be protective of the attorney-client privilege between Mr. Kearney and his attorneys, Mr. Brado and Mr. Betterow.
Okay, well, we all agreed, counsel, that those in fact would be privileged communications without question.
Of course.
So let's turn to, if you would, the second issue, which is one that you raised in your affidavit. You specifically raised that question in your affidavit, docket 547.
Undoubtedly. I do not believe there is any attorney-client privilege between Ms. Reed's lawyers and Mr. Kearney, because those communications are not covered by attorney-client privilege because none of Ms. Reed's lawyers are attorneys for Mr. Kearney. I pointed out that in an earlier hearing, and I have the transcript of it, it was December 17, 2024, when there was litigation in Mr. Kearney's case, docket 0313, that there was a position taken by Attorney Bradel. And he began by telling Judge Krupp, well, there's a joint defense issue, Your Honor. And Judge Krupp asked, so it would predate any jeopardy to Mr. Kearney. And then Mr. Bradel responded, well, it's a little more complicated because we know he was under investigation along with Ms. Reed without any resultant charges, so we would contend that does not fall under the umbrella. After more questions by the court, Mr. Bradel answered, we don't have an agreement, but there's been an ongoing long-term implicit mutual assistance and mutual defense that I myself have been part of for a long time, and Attorney Betterow has as well. And Judge Krupp said, I really have no idea what that is. And so inevitably, there was no establishment of an attorney-client relationship between the two. Inevitably, and after that, Attorney Betterow attempted to file an appearance on behalf of Ms. Reed. And in that, there was a supplemental motion, and it's docket 549 on 0117.
And docket 549 contains Attorney Yannetti's sworn statement that there was no joint defense privilege between Ms. Reed and Mr. Kearney.
Exactly. And so I think I had the assumption there was no attorney-client privilege. If I misspoke, it confused the court, my apologies, but inevitably, there is no attorney-client privilege that I understand exists. And so I do not know what is in these phones. I have not asked. I don't want to know unless it's pursuant to a court order. But based on the affidavit of the search warrant, and based on the pleadings in this case, and there's two very important pleadings, I may have mentioned them to the court on the last date, but those pleadings, which were filed publicly by the Commonwealth, and it's docket number 53 relative to Mr. Kearney's case 0043, in that pleading, it is set out by the Commonwealth's pleading that there is, in fact, information demonstrating that the Reed team provided Mr. Kearney with information, documents, videos. It's suggested that at times they would suggest angles for him to use it or to refrain from using it. And it provides a number of examples, including an example on 8823, when they're asking for information, Mr. Kearney, so one of the attorneys.
Attorney Brennan, I'm going to ask you to pause right there because I think we've reached a point where I have a threshold issue that may require either a Bishop Franklin protocol or some inquiry into the nature of the privilege that may or may not be asserted by Attorney Bradel. And so I think it's appropriate at this time, Attorney Bradel, that I turn to you, not with regard to the protective order, but with regard to the issue of whether your client claims a joint defense agreement and
Before I was born, how did I get inside mommy's tummy?
scope of my order of March 20th.
Judge, thank you. We do not assert such a privilege. I said in a much different context a long time ago that we had been sharing information and talking to each other and helping each other. And I said that there was an issue. I didn't say there was a privilege.
Okay.
So we are not asserting that. There is no formal agreement. There's no formal privilege. I said it was an issue to be looked at the time. That's all I said, Your Honor. And in terms of this, Your Honor's order, I don't even know why we're talking about this, Your Honor.
Liar.
The ostensible purpose of the Commonwealth's request was to attempt to show consciousness of guilt on the part of Ms. Reed. So why would
So smart.
communications to other parties besides Ms.
Because it
Reed
does.
have any relevance?
Because it
And
does.
in fact, in your order, you just say that the only communications that are on the table here, so to speak, are communications between Mr. Carney and Ms. Reed.
I'll stop you right
Nothing
there,
about
Attorney Bradel,
lawyers
because you
or third
raised an excellent point. And that
What?
point being is
No, he doesn't.
that that point from the court's perspective is in an age of group texts and other means of communications with multiple recipients at the same time, we certainly have the likelihood of communications between your client and Ms. Reed that may also include members of her defense team. So it is my belief that that is what might be at issue, but I will probe further of ADA Cosgrove on that point.
I mean, if you ask me, Your Honor, the
Nobody's asking you.
pleading, that the impounded pleading filed by Mr. Cosgrove is completely immaterial. The whole reason for this is consciousness of guilt. So
Doesn't matter what the reason is.
there are we're privy to these extractions. There's absolutely nothing in them that is covered by Your Honor's order. There's no communications between Mr. Carney and Ms. Reed regarding witnesses.
In your opinion.
There are none. So
Oh, okay.
there should be exactly
That's for the
zero,
mob. That's for the mob.
documents or texts or emails.
That's
that
your
should be
opinion
responsive.
for the mob.
Absolutely zero. And I don't have the thumb drive that Mr. Cosgrove gave to the court ex parte.
Ex parte.
So I can
Stop
only
it.
imagine what's in that, and
You can only
are
imagine.
anticipating a request that you will look at that, to ask you to look at that in camera and see if that complies with your order. It can't. It doesn't.
It can.
It cannot comply with your order.
Yes, it can.
Your order said Carney and Reed, not third parties that may or may not have spoken to Reed, and these are things that are.
All right, stop in with the
privileged
narrative,
among
Your
that
Honor.
team.
Enough.
So this
for the
is
mob.
a can of worms that the court did not open by any stretch.
Yeah, he doesn't get to
and
determine
I think
that.
Mr. Cosgrove's role here is completely ministerial, Your Honor. And the fact that he's trying to jump outside of your order is incredibly inappropriate. In particular, because these two
Slap him down, Your Honor,
are
please.
in different positions due to a conflict of interest, an
What?
express conflict of interest.
Prosecutors
that
don't
has
have
been
conflicts. You're an idiot.
identified and supposedly acted on by District Attorney Michael Morris.
I can't.
So their communications need to be limited because there is a conflict. Your Honor limited those communications very appropriately to potential evidence that those two defendants could have communicated and in terms of some criminal acts. And we're telling you there's nothing there. We don't expect you to rely on our interpretation, but there is nothing there relative to your order.
Thank
So
you.
the fact that
Attorney Bray,
Shut
I'm
him.
gonna-
Shut him
I'm
up.
gonna ask you to pause for a moment, and I'm going to
Shut
hear
him up.
from Special Assistant District Attorney Cosgrove, specifically with regard to this issue. In your communication to the court, you suggested that in your judgment,
There is.
the production would sweep in a substantial number of communications between Mr. Kearney and Ms. Reed's attorneys. How would those be swept in when the order specifically calls for communications between Mr. Kearney and Ms. Reed?
I think the actions of Ms. Reed's attorneys on her behalf are the actions of Ms. Reed. And if one reads the sweep of the communications between Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Kearney and between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Kearney and Ms. Reed and Mr. Kearney, one sees a pattern of feeding information to Mr. Kearney. I think that they act together in that respect, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney Cosgrove. Notwithstanding that position, the court's position is that the order spoke very specifically and very clearly to limit the Rule 17 motion to the production of only communications between Defendant Reed and Kearney and Defendant Kearney concerning those three areas of inquiry. So I am specifically requesting and ordering the Commonwealth in that case to review the documents called as a result of the Rule 17 motion in my subsequent order, such that the production will only include communications between Kearney and Reed.
Well, I will, of course, comply with Your Honor's order.
Thank you.
But
Folks, I think we've covered that point, and I don't think I need to hear any further on this. The order is clear on its face, and I expect the parties to comply with it. I'd like to turn now to the issue of the motion for protective order from Mr. Grado. So I'll hear you on this.
The attorneys act as her
appreciating that I have
agents.
had the opportunity to review the attachments
So
and certainly the basis for this. But I'm not, I'll preview where I end up, Attorney Brado. I'm not quite clear on the scope of your request as contained in your draft order.
Yeah.
As an initial matter, I'm only issuing an order in the Reed case. I am not, this is not a hearing on the
For
current
yours.
case. I appreciate that you have a congruent request to the court in the Kearney case, and that it may make
You have
sense
no
that
standing.
whatever the court does in that
Basically.
case should follow what the court does in this case. That would seem to make sense.
But
I'm only hearing the motion as it regards to this case. Your request, I'll note, asks that the court order all prosecutors and police in the above captioned case to maintain the confidentiality of the cell phone data and any other investigative information and or discovery in each case. So I'm not prepared to discuss the entirety of investigative information and all discovery in this case. I am tasked with only addressing Mr. Kearney's specific cell phone data
Francesca,
that is
they
the
can.
subject of my order of March 20th. But you've specifically requested that the court order that police and prosecutors are ordered to refrain from sharing such information with particular parties identified in Mr. Kearney's affidavit.
No.
And any other parties not part of the retained prosecution teams of
Nobody shares that information. The Commonwealth doesn't share that information.
Already under a duty not to share
Correct.
such information with anyone outside the bounds of what you request?
Correct.
They are, Your Honor. Judge Cannoni specifically found a substantial risk existed.
No.
That any further communications about the evidence or the witnesses would jeopardize a fair trial.
No, he did not
She
lose.
made that specific finding, and she imposed, I believe it's a 4-part gag order on the Reed attorneys. Nonetheless, as shown in my exhibit, Judge, these
such a liar.
outside people are receiving
No, they're not.
information that in no way would
No, they're not.
the prosecution team ever share outside of
No, they're not.
Anything ethically share anyway, any such information. And there's 3 examples of people who are, out there saying we've gotten this, we've gotten that. And we strongly believe that they are doing so. Just to avoid the slight awkwardness, Judge, of me arguing something that benefits Ms. Reed, I would invite, just for the record, the Reed
Of
counsel
course
to
you
join
would.
me in this motion, Judge, because of the
No.
leaks that are going on, just as a threshold matter. If I
He's
may
such a
do so.
liar.
Are you merely asking me to add a belt to Judge Cannoni's suspenders?
No.
I think so, Judge, because we need one, and we need one as to the specific information. These 3 people.
He's an
repeatedly
idiot.
Stated that
No.
that they're privy to
They can't,
inside
Ash.
information, and with respect to Mr. Carney's information, but although we strongly contend there's nothing in there that is responsive to Your Honor's order.
Oh, of
Nothing.
course not.
To the extent that there's anything that's shared between these 2 different prosecutors that are on separate islands due to a stated conflict of interest.
There's no
We
conflict
want to
for them.
specifically
They're
ensure
prosecutors.
that as to the discovery that Your Honor's focused on here, that these orders are in place, that there's a specific order.
They have a duty already.
It's sort of another step from Judge Cannoni. She said that, well, the general rules of ethics aren't working here, so I'm making a specific finding. I'm giving you a gag
For
order.
them,
Well, guess what?
not the prosecution.
Judge Cannoni's order didn't work either, based on my exhibits A, B, C. And so we're asking for another step to just really put a fine point on it, that these three
Stop
people
it.
must stay away. And a general order.
Stay away
as well
from
as
what?
part two is my part two. And to the extent that those people
He's such a
have
liar.
any sort of further expressions of leaks in the media or on the internet, I think that ought to be grounds for a live hearing with sworn testimony about these leaks.
Understood. Okay.
So that's why I'm asking, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Brado. Attorney Little, Attorney Yannetti, do you have anything to add on this point?
We don't. I mean, I think.
So that's how they're
for
growing
fuck's
so
sake.
fast. They're hiring freelancers. Look what they're doing with AI experts.
I'll go back in a minute.
Filed motion, communications with, or I should say between Mr. Kearney and counsel for the Read team when the court's order was specific. My understanding is that he omitted some statements of caution and admonitions that we may have given to Mr. Kearney about the nature of demonstrations, etc. So
Liar.
it seems as though he cherry-picked statements in an effort to make us look bad when it was
Liar.
outside the court's order. It was unnecessary.
Attorney Yannetti, are you speaking to something that Attorney Cosgrove has purportedly done in this proceeding in the 117 matter?
No, I believe it's a motion that he filed in his prosecution. Again, detailed, that material.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, folks, I will take that matter, the motion for
You don't want to hear from the
protective order under
prosecutors?
advisement, and will endeavor to respond to you as soon as practicable on my decision on that. In the interim, ADA Cosgrove, Special ADA Cosgrove, I'd ask you, how soon do you believe the Commonwealth can reproduce the records in question per my order that are called for by the Rule 17 motion?
Well, I would say we can probably extract from the thumb drive the conversations with Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, why no rebuttal?
I may
Let him
be
have a
able to
rebuttal.
get it done today. I think Monday would probably be a realistic filing date.
Thank you. We'll expect something by close of business Monday, and if you encounter any difficulty or challenges in doing that, just please let the court know, and we'll make whatever accommodations we need to make. Okay, folks.
Your Honor, is that thumb drive going to get returned to the Commonwealth?
Yes, it will.
All right, thank you.
And it has not been viewed, it has not been released, and it is being held under seal and impounded at the moment, and it will be returned to the Commonwealth promptly.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Attorney Brennan.
Your Honor, just for clarity of the record, I'll be brief. There has been no conversations between Special Prosecutor Cosgrove and I about contents of any of these items. In fact, even though I do not think I had to, that's why I filed the Rule 17, so there is a clear public record that we're beyond reproach. Secondly, the pleadings I referred to were pleadings that were filed in Mr. Kearney's case publicly before this issue even came up. So it is not divulging information to disseminate to the public. And finally, just so it's crystal clear, I filed a motion for a gag order in Ms. Reed's case because there was significant evidence of distributing protected materials, and that order was allowed at my request. There is no witness or person, as far as I know, in the Reed case that has disseminated any information improperly. I would not allow it or tolerate it if it happened. So I want that to be crystal clear based on the representations we just heard.
Understood. Thank you, Attorney Brennan. Thank you, Attorney Cosgrove. Thank you, counsel. No, we are adjourning the hearing now. Thank you,
Done.
counsel.
No, you can't.
Thank you.
Because it's not your hearing. You have no standing.
Goodbye.
See if we can get any hot mic moments real quick.
Court is now in recess.
Speak to Mr. Brennan.
You can find me either here or in the criminal clerk's office, probably here.
Okay, I'll check both places.
Thanks.
I will hunt you.
Thanks, Phil.
Checking these hot mics. Damn it. They shut it off. All right. So hold on. So that's that. Yeah, I love that the judge said, no, you can't have a rebuttal or a nonsense. Here's the thing. The hearing is not like the Read attorneys have no standing. So like, no, the judge isn't going to let you sit there and argue back and forth about whether something was leaked. Nothing was leaked from the Commonwealth. Everything that has ever been leaked has come from the Read side. She just idiotically lets Aiden have it and he leaks it to other people. Some of those people have a conscience and then they leak it to us. It's that simple. It's not, some giant conspiracy. Aiden is the only person leaking anything anywhere. Like, like, no, you don't get to exactly grandstand. Sorry, not sorry. Like, I have lots of thoughts. I don't think Hank's pissed because he's going to get the production of the anything between Aiden and Karen. I think he also would like anything between Aiden and Yannetti and Jackson. And I think you'll see that he will file another motion asking for those specifically because there's no attorney-client privilege between Aiden, okay, and Karen's attorneys. That doesn't exist, okay? Like, yeah, Canoni would have allowed him to grandstand for ridiculousness. Like, also, I just want to thank Scorpion for her $5 donation. I saw it on PayPal. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I think what you'll see is Hank. I'd have to check, Ashley. I have no idea. I think it's the twistedtragedies3 at Gmail. I'd have to check, but I believe it's that one. But I have to check because I just want to make 100% sure. I think you'll see that he'll just file another motion to get the other stuff because they're her attorneys. They speak on her behalf as her agents. So and there's no attorney-client privilege. So if it speaks to consciousness of guilt, when it comes to the attorneys, like, yes, they should have it. It should be produced. So I think even if he didn't get those, though, he's still going to get the stuff between Karen and Aiden. And so it's like, there's still stuff there, right? Like Bradel can say as many times as he wants, there's nothing there, Your Honor. I haven't seen it and I don't know, but I expect there's nothing there. Why does he expect there's nothing there? Because his client lies to him. His client has lied to him, Bettero, and every other attorney he's ever had in life. He does not tell the truth until it's out in the open in public. And then the attorney has to turn to him and be like, bro, you didn't tell me about X, Y, and Z. And then he has to be like, oh, I didn't know, or I forgot, or he tries to play it off because he never wants to just admit outright, even though it's to your attorney, so it would be privileged, that there's anything there. Make no mistake, he is extremely nervous because he knows what's in those phones. And it's not just these things. There's many other things in his phone he knows he could be charged with. Wiretapping, blackmail, threats, extortion, like the list goes on and on and on, like it will all come to light. Make no mistake about it that everything, Heather, you are exactly right, will come to light. Like, he is a liar. That's all he does is lie. Like, I don't think that the judge needed it to be clear. I think what was happening was Bradel, Yannetti, and Jackson were whining and bitching about what could be produced and what couldn't. And the judge was like, I thought my order was pretty clear about what could be produced and what couldn't. So basically they wanted to argue over what was privileged and what wasn't. I think giving Aiden any sort of protective order would be ridiculous, especially based on all of the things that he has leaked out and continues to this day to break the protective order when it comes to Lindsay's phone and her extraction. To this very day, he is breaking that protective order constantly. So I find it funny that he has to do his, dear God, it's me, Margaret. Dear Turtle, dear Your Honor, with my little arms. Dear Your Honor, this is hard to read with my little arms, but I've been breaking protective orders and constantly broke a restraining order. But I would love if you would just put all of my information under protective order because I don't want my viewers to see all the bad things I did. I can't do it. Don't, Your Honor. They need to give me their money, and so I would ask that you impound these things because it makes me very angry. I get very angry and upset, and my little arms can't handle it. So I would ask Your Honor to please give me a protective order for that information so that all of these antis can't make fun of me. It hurts my feelings. I just really don't like it. So, please, Your Honor, can I please? I'm really nervous about going to jail for this witness intimidation. So, and also, if you don't, Your Honor, you're gonna have to. If you watch my channel, it's $5 or more. It's less than $5. It's not worth my time. You have to donate at least $5, Your Honor. So, respectfully, I would ask that you please give me a protective order on all of my crimes because I can't have these people finding out. It's my money. It's my livelihood, Your Honor. My livelihood. So, under pains and penalties of perjury, please protect my information. I don't care about other people's information. I leak that all the time. Just mine, please. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Love. The Weekly Diary of the Shoot Turtle. I mean, Agent Timothy Carney. I'm very serious. This is a very serious matter. Please don't call the IRS. P.S. Your Honor. Please don't call the IRS. Like, please. Yeah, it's $5 turtle self-esteem boost. You got that right, Ellen. Like, I mean, that's all I can hear in my head is him begging the judge to not release all of his information so that everybody knows what a liar he is. Don't release the truth. Don't do that. Don't do that because then those turtle chats won't keep rolling in for me, right? People won't buy memberships and merch from me if they think I'm a piece of shit. So I can't have you leaking the actual real truth because that would be a problem, Your Honor. So I would ask that you impound and protect all of my information while I consistently leak, harass, intimidate, and do to everybody else what I'm asking for it not to be done to me because I have feelings and I might freak out on one of my viewers. Oh my God, I have to show you guys this because it's so funny that I almost peed myself laughing so hard. Like, okay, I actually was telling Lindsay about this morning. I think it was this morning or yesterday, but I have to show you, okay? Because for me, it's like, bro, like this is how unhinged he gets when he gets afraid. So when he gets like worked up and afraid, he oftentimes will take it out on his viewers. And especially he wasn't even reading it correctly. Okay. So I have two things to show you. The one where he says Karen talks too much in her own documentary. You guys are going to love that one. And that he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it, Karen. He doesn't like it. So shut up. He doesn't like it. And this one, which I'm going to show you, that I find hilarious, where he berates one of his own viewers because he's upset that he's reading something incorrectly and they're trying to like defend him against Karen saying that like he witnessed intimidated and he reads it incorrectly. So he tells, it's utterly disgusting, really, the shit that he says to these people. I don't understand how, like, all right, hold on. It's got to be in my replies then because I'm not seeing it on this. And I know that I posted it. I feel like I definitely did. But I definitely commented on it. And I know that. Hold on. Let's check my replies real quick. Let's see. Oh, there's a picture of me live. It just went scrolling past the screen. Hilarious. I actually never knew that's what it looked like when you're live on X. Some people don't even know that you can comment on a stream when you're on X. But if you're on X watching me, you can. You click that little like arrow thing. You can actually type and then write stuff. I didn't know that either. It took me like forever to figure that out. I gotta find this video because you guys are gonna die laughing at like how unhinged he is. It's insane. Like, dude, you gotta be that like upset. Like that's sad. Like it's because he knows what's coming for him, and nothing that's coming for him is good for him. Let's just put that out there. Nothing, not by a long shot. The lies though, Bradel like never tells the truth, and that dude just straight up lied. The judge laughed at him. I don't know if anybody caught that. I'll replay that part, but the judge literally laughed at him in the first lie because he said, "Oh, Your Honor, I basically never said that, we were working together, that our teams were working together." And it's like, it's very clear that you did, sir. Like, you did. Like, there goes somebody trying to be snarky. Is this it? Oh, here it is. Okay. All right, hold on. Share. This is... Don't tell me to shut up. You don't tell me what to do. This is, now mind you, this person is sticking up for him. It says, AK is for you, Karen. Shut up. So this poor Deborah lady, right, is sticking up for him against him playing like the documentary. Hey, Frank. And he gets upset because he reads it incorrectly because he has no skills of reading comprehension whatsoever. Oh God, his face makes me want to puke. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance, but I think, look at his eyes. Look at, this is an unhinged lunatic. All right. This is the diary of a wimpy sewer turtle. So this is, get ready, everyone. It's vulgar, but it shows you how unhinged this man is in real life when he thinks like he's in trouble. Okay. He knows. So yeah, you're misrepresenting it. He very much is. Okay. Ready?
Don't talk about this. I say whatever the fuck I want. I'm not here to suck Karen Reed's dick.
Yeah, you are.
That is not what I do.
Yes, it is.
Okay. I keep it real. So yeah, there it is. And again, okay, this person, ban him. You don't fucking tell me to shut the fuck up, Deborah. I say whatever the fuck I want on this show, and you sit there and you fucking swallow it. And then you give me a fucking turtle chat. And then you can fucking talk. Okay? Ban her. She's fucking done. Done. I will have no tolerance for that whatsoever. Don't talk about this. I say whatever the fuck I want. I'm not here to suck Karen Reed's dick.
Yeah, you are.
That is not what I do.
It is.
Okay? I keep it real.
No, you
the
don't.
fact of the matter is, I'm 100% pro Karen Reed, whatever. That fucking
He's high as a kite.
thing
Look at his
was
eyes.
a disaster. A fucking disaster.
Yeah, it was.
And I think she would admit that too.
No, I don't think she would.
You know, I think she would admit that too. Oh, okay. She's telling Karen to shut up.
Oh, that's different.
All right. That's different. No, but anyway, it has to be fucking said. You don't come on here and tell me to shut up. If she's telling Karen to shut up, that's different. But
Shut up. You fucking
anyway,
idiot.
learn to use commas then. I don't know.
I don't know.
Anyway, I apologize.
Raged on
The
you,
problem
but
is when
like,
you go on camera and
you
you give
know,
these people
who cares? Like, right? Like, and then we have, let's see, this beauty here. Is this it? Yes. Okay. You guys are going to love this one. He doesn't like it, Karen. Okay. Karen, start taking orders from the sewer turtle like he thinks you will, because he does not like when you talk on your documentary. You talk too much, he says. Let's just be clear here. He doesn't like it. Okay. Doesn't like it, Karen.
Definitionally, is it harassing witnesses? Yes, they're witnesses against me.
Definitionally, is it harassment against witnesses? Yes. Don't like that.
You don't?
Hold on.
Oh, then don't do it.
In my prosecution. And is he yelling things at them? And is he going up to their front doors and ringing the bell? Yes. But they shouldn't be witnesses.
That's terrible.
I don't like that.
He doesn't like it.
That's not like, this is what I mean.
Yeah, it sounds terrible. It sounds awful.
I
I
don't
know.
like this like too much talking.
Don't talk in your documentary.
Everything comes out wrong. Like you can hear that,
No, it
and
comes
I
out
know
right.
what she means, but that's not good. I know that Karen Reed
Terrible.
knows I'm not harassing any witnesses.
Well, she said the opposite, sir. She said the opposite, sir.
Definitionally, is it harassing witnesses? Yes, they're witnesses against me.
Definitionally,
definitionally.
Is
buddy.
it harassment against witnesses? Yes. Don't like that. Hold on.
He doesn't like it, you guys. He doesn't like it. All right, Karen, don't do it because he just doesn't like it. He says you talk too much. Like, yeah, Parson, he's blaming the poor comma, like on screaming at the lady. Like, don't blame the comma, right? Like, goddamn. Like, he doesn't like it, you guys. He doesn't like when Karen spits the semi-truth and makes him look bad. He doesn't like it because he feels like he's taken a bullet for Karen. She should do the same thing for him. And you can bet that his little turtle arms and his little turtle blackened heart is very upset. It's very upset. It's upset. He doesn't like it. Like, yeah, she threw him under the bus without a second thought because she doesn't give a shit about him. She didn't give a shit about anybody. She only cares about her damn self. And she was so unself-aware that there was going to be a second trial. She didn't even think for 1 second that there would be another trial and this would completely obliterate her entire strategy at all. Like, didn't even think about it. Like, not even a little. Like, I mean, it's like, come on, bro. Like, you are not he literally just sat there and admitted to witness intimidation and admitted that he just didn't like what was said. I don't like it, Karen. I don't like it. It's bad. Like, no shit, it's bad. It's bad that you witness intimidated, but what was she going to do? Get up there and be like, no, he did not. You know how stupid she would have looked looking at these people as if they're stupid people and saying, no, it's not witness intimidation. It's very clearly witness intimidation. Very clearly witness intimidation. So I don't like, she's not going to get up there and be like, no, it's not witness intimidation. Because that would make her look stupid. And she doesn't want to look stupid. She just wants you to look stupid, Aiden. Just you. Just you, sir. She doesn't care about you or looking stupid or harassing witnesses because you're going to take the heat for that. You're going to go to jail for that for her, right? Like, you're going to take that hit. Yeah. Also, just let's be crystal clear that, although I hate Karen and she's an evil human being, Karen did not make him go to Lindsay's house and threaten her and her children and witness intimidate her and wiretap her and tell her to throw her phone in a river and mentally and emotionally torture her for hours. Karen didn't make him do that. He did that all on his own. So when he sits there and says, I went to jail for Karen. I went to jail for Karen. I went for jail. I did jail for free speech. No, you did jail because you witnessed, intimidated, and freaking tortured mentally and emotionally, and then wiretapped your ex-girlfriend. That is why you sat in jail. Those are the reasons. It had absolutely zero to do with Karen Read. Your decisions landed you in a jail cell, sir. So when he sits there and he screams, I went to jail for Karen Read over and over and over, you have to imagine how annoying that must be to Karen herself. You know, but she knows she had nothing to do with why he went to jail. He chose to do what he did to Lindsay. So that's why he went, because he committed a crime. And even Karen told him not to go there. So for him to then sit there and try to gain some sort of sympathy with his viewers and money for saying, I went to jail for the First Amendment. I went to jail for Karen. Like he's in a church, like, amen. God is good all the time. Like, no, bro, no, sir. You went to jail because you committed crimes. Okay. You threatened children. What is wrong with you? Like, and let's just be crystal clear. It's not the first and won't be the last time he has threatened a child or children. Okay. It will not. He has no problem threatening children, healthy children, terminally ill children. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't discriminate. He's just a piece of shit all around. So yeah, and he assaulted her. Like, I don't give a fuck if she wasn't critically injured. Assault is unwanted touch. So if you wrestle with someone to get notes that you wrote for hours and hours and hours of mental and emotional torture, of forcing your ex-girlfriend to give over her phone to you so you can sit there and take notes about what's in it, okay? And you get up and she takes the notes and then you wrestle with her for them and grab her by the wrists and then push her onto the couch. That is still assault. He likes to claim because the charges were dropped that like he just didn't do it and that's why they were dropped. No, they weren't. They were dropped because there was no true bill. And so they didn't want to have one that was in all the others that were indicted and one in the district court. They figured, well, he's got all the other ones that have already been indicted, so we'll just drop this small assault charge and keep all the other ones. It's not because he didn't do it. He did it. Like, it's that simple. That happened and he did it. You know, like, so like, I love his, Leah, as we all do, darling, as we all do. I want nothing more for than that man to sit in a jail cell for the rest of his miserable life with no internet. Okay. It's what he deserves times 10. I hope he gets everything that he has done. And I'll wrap this up in a pretty bow, for I hope that he gets everything he's done to Lindsay times 1,000. Not even me, but everything he's done to her times 1,000 for the rest of his miserable life. That is on my, I posted it. I can't remember who I posted it from, but if you go to my replies, it's there. If you go to my X and then you go to my replies, it's there. I mean, him screaming like, "You're going to give me a turtle chat and then you're just going to take it." Like, no, like no. Oh yeah. Let me just also make something abundantly clear here today. Actually, let me ask permission first. Hold on. I don't do anything without permission. So let me, can I, I want permission before I do that. I apologize for my mom here. Don't care. I don't care. I mean, you're screaming at people that like they will give you a turtle chat and then they will like it. They will like your abuse and they will smile. If you wrap that all up, that clip itself, it shows you what a narcissistic, egotistical piece of shit the man is. And if you think that he treats anybody else any differently than that clip that you just saw, you got another thing coming. I imagine that Meredith has a hard time dealing with him because he just doesn't care about other people. And so I can imagine that with her uncle passing, he didn't really give much of a shit or care. So I'm sure that she was there when his mom passed. And I'm sure she was expecting that if your significant other is going to be there for you, right? He doesn't know how. He doesn't have the capacity to actually do that. Okay. So he's not going to. And so I imagine there are issues in that relationship because he doesn't have empathy or sympathy. It just is not in him. Narcissists just don't have it. They're incapable of caring about anything else other than themselves. It's unfortunate, but it is true. But yeah, you can find those clips in my replies. I don't know why I had to go all the way to my reply to find one of them. The other one is on the front of my page, but for some reason I had to do that on my I had to find the other one in my replies, even though I knew it's on the front of my page. Don't ask me why. I have no clue. But I mean, let's go over. I just wanted permission. I just want to make clear, because it keeps getting said. Lindsay's not a journalist. Okay. Let's just make that abundantly clear. I don't know why it keeps getting said. She's not a journalist. She writes beautifully. She's highly intelligent and she's one of my best friends. I can tell you that. But I can also tell you she is not a journalist nor an independent journalist of any kind or any sort. She doesn't write for anybody. She writes beautifully on her own. I would love one day for her to start her own website or company because she does write beautifully and she's very intelligent. She writes better than anybody I know, but she is not a journalist. Okay. So let's just make that clear to everyone. I'm not really sure why that keeps being said as if it's a truth. It is not a truth. She is not a journalist. She's a human being. Yeah. So right now the judge is excluding the communications between Yannetti and Jackson. and Aiden. I think you'll find that Hank will just file another motion for those, right? Like, I think we got to go back to the thing that was filed, the opposition that was filed on some of this to get the grasp of what exactly went down, right? Because we get kind of an idea of like what's in the phones from this like motion. So hold on. Let me get that so that we can go over that a little bit. You found it? Okay, good. Yeah, you could probably do something cool with that, Maestro. If you do, send it to me. I want to see it. I miss a lot, like, because I get so many notifications. So if there's anything ever you want me to see that I didn't see or I didn't comment on, like, send it, just email it to me, send it to me on X, like right in my DMs so that I can see it. Like, which one? He does? Which one? Interesting. See, I have him blocked, so I only get like screenshots when he says something of any relevance of like showing he's lying about something and then like using his own words to show that. So I get those screenshots, but all right, let's see. I want to pull up the papers here. All right. Oh, also, apparently, as of just a few minutes ago, there's a new filing on the docket for Karen. The state filed again to exclude ARCA from Karen's witness list because they still don't have reciprocal, I guess. Interesting. So they haven't complied with Rule 14. So basically, they're still trying to exclude ARCA, which I think they should, and yeah, they should be excluded anyway. Once again, it's a thing I don't contend that Bev will do, but I think that she should, because there's no reason at this point we should expect that you're going to get some analysis that isn't biased for the jury, like at this point, Yes, it could. I mean, and that's the thing. If Hank can't get the communications, like, he'll just call them as witnesses. It's literally that simple for him. Either that or they stipulate to it. They could stipulate the facts of it, and then they wouldn't have to be called as witnesses, but they would have to stipulate that X, Y, and Z happened. So I guess we'll see, because that would complicate things quite a bit. They wouldn't be allowed, I don't think, to continue on to be Karen's attorneys if they were witnesses. Yannetti would have to, no, not even Yannetti, because he would be one of them. So I don't really know how that would happen, like, Eva, I'll look at it actually. I like to look at things before I show them. That's a good question. Now, Cosgrove used to be a judge. I'm actually working on a case where he was a judge previous on. But there's a couple things that I would like to know why he isn't more clear, why he isn't a little more pushy when it comes to certain things. I don't know if he's just used to being a judge for so long that he forgets that, like, as an attorney, you have to kind of push back a little if you want something, right? Or if you want to explain something. And I don't understand why he didn't argue when it came to revoking the Sewer Turtles bail that the judge is the one who erred, because make no mistake, Cosgrove did not err when he asked for the revocation in that hearing. It was the judge is implying that the statute would read that it would be your first court appearance, and that him having an already scheduled court appearance would be that first appearance. It wouldn't be. It would be the first appearance on that charge. His first appearance on that charge isn't a scheduled hearing already for other charges he had. That is not how the statute can't read for things that might happen, right? Like, it means the first court appearance on that charge. So if he had asked for a bail revocation in Superior Court, the Superior Court judge would have said, well, how do you want me to revoke his bail when he hasn't even been arraigned on that charge yet? They wouldn't have done it. So for this judge in Stoughton to have said, oh, well, I read the statute as this. That's a mistake on the judge's behalf. I've never seen a judge do something like that. That's why I smell something fishy over there at the Stoughton court, which we already knew because there were people already fired over there for helping him. So, utterly ridiculous. Oh, hold on, Frank. Copy. Crap. You gotta send me your email. Or actually, maybe I can send it to you on X. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Open. What the? Open. God damn it. Hello, McFly. Open. What the hell? It just wants to be a pain in the behind today. Paste. Copy. Paste. Sorry. It does raise a lot of legal complications. Well, that's the thing, right? If Yannetti's out, then he's the one who's the licensed one holding the Pro Hoc VJ for the rest of the attorneys. So I don't know how the fuck that works. Is she not going to have any goddamn attorneys? Like, Regina George is still trying to make everything fetch. I mean, Victoria George, the Brophy George, the, juror / attorney lady, that's already a complication that the judge is going to have to deal with. And I think it's utterly disgraceful, really, So, all right. I want to get up that, hold on. I will get it. Give me 1 second. That motion for you guys. Because I think it's important. Parts of it are important to what's happening when it comes to the phone stuff and what Cosgrove says in it. I find it funny, too, that the new filing for the Karen Read stuff is that they're moving again to exclude ARCA, as they should. They have not gotten the reciprocal discovery. And I think the judge set a date for them to give that reciprocal discovery. So I'm guessing it was not given or it was not sufficient. As Alessi was like, I need to talk to Attorney Brennan. Obviously, he didn't do that, So issues with that, Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Sorry. I want to see the full thing. Also, this ruling by the First Circuit dismissing Karen's thing for the double jeopardy. They basically were like, yeah, nah, bro, like not happening. Like not even a little. Like, sorry, not fucking sorry. Like, let me see if I can pull this. So I think Grant has it on his thing, the paperwork. I think this is it. Hold on. I think, yeah. Grant had it up. So let's see if we can't get it up on the screen for you guys. I know, right, Freak? Welcome back. No, I did not see that video of them cooking a steak. I would love to see. Hey, Barb. Yeah, the one with Alessi where he was like, oh, we need to talk to Mr. Brennan. And so about the reciprocal. But they didn't clearly, it looks like what happened is they didn't give the reciprocal discovery over. I don't think they have it. That's why. And of course, they're not going to be allowed to testify if they don't have that reciprocal discovery, you know, like, oh God. I try to check all my messages even when I'm live, guys, but sometimes it's hard to run a show and check all my messages and do all that stuff. Oh, and I have, hold on. Eva, thank you so much for your $5 donation. I appreciate you, girl. Thank you. And on that note, if anybody else wants to donate to the channel, I would really appreciate it. We only run on donations from our viewers. And the information is right here at the bottom of the screen. You can do it on Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. You can also like and share, subscribe, all that fun stuff. But we only run on the little bits that we get from our viewers. So we very well appreciate it very, very much. Okay, so let me see. I got to get this up for you guys. All right, let's see. That's what she said. Ha! That's what he said. Just kidding. Hold on. Oh, is that what it was over? A missed message? I still have not gotten to like go fully talk to Ashley about what happened, but is that what it was over? Like I missed, like, is that like, that's awful. That's awful. I did for one time. I do. I try my best to even check them even when I'm live because sometimes there's important and pertinent information. It's better if you text me because obviously I'm going to see that faster than something on X. I have to actually go into the app on X and look. Obviously, not everybody has my number to text me. So that's why I try to check and make sure that I'm not missing anything from anybody that's important. Sometimes it's hard to like run a show and check because you don't want to give like too long of like a pause where everybody's like awkwardly like, are you going to get on with the show? Or like, you're going to spend 5 minutes looking at your phone. Like, but I do try to check as much as I can so that I don't miss anything really important. Where are you, Frank? I don't see you. Where? Let's try this again. Hold on. Let's try this again. Copy. Maybe it accidentally sent the old one. Hold on. Hold on. God dang it. Give me 1 second. See, this is why it's so hard. It's so hard. It's so hard. It's so hard. All right, let's try this again. I don't see you. Let's try this again. Paste. Because it's not popping up. Maybe I accidentally had one from the old stream. I don't know. I'm totally confused on why it's not popping up where I want it to pop up. It's confusing me. Okay. I think this is the document. So let's get this up here. Aha! There you are. Must have been the old one that popped up.
Hey,
This is it right here. This is the documente. All right. So it says Commonwealth's opposition to defendant's proposal to compel screening of seized devices for purported reporter privilege materials. Now, again, there's no reporter privilege in Massachusetts. We do not have journalistic privilege here. It does not exist in the state of Massachusetts, not by a goddamn long shot. So the fact that he's even trying to assert any such thing is freaking hilarious to me. But it says October 11, 2023, the Commonwealth seized pursuant to multiple search warrants, electronic devices from the defendant Aidan Kearney's home. 2 were preliminary searched under authorization in the warrant. Thereafter, the defendant, through counsel, asserted there was material on the devices subject to attorney-client privilege. The Commonwealth therefore agreed that it would not search those devices without first implementing a taint team, which is standard here in Mass, a taint team procedure. See blah, 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 blah. Discussions with the defense followed as to appropriate members of the taint team, and Special Assistant District Attorney Kenneth Mello identified an expert, Stephen Verno, to extract the information from the electronic devices, and retired District Court Judge Joseph Macy to screen out protected attorney-client communications and confirm with them their willingness to serve in that capacity. For reasons previously litigated, but not germane to the present discussion, the Commonwealth made no progress in advancing the search of the devices until August 12, 2024, when it filed with this court a motion for examination of the digital, what the fuck? Where's the rest of this? I am not seeing, I'm so confused right now. Of the digital what? It can't be acquired, but whatever. Okay. Well, we're missing a part of this, and I'm confused as to why, but okay, we'll go with this page and see what this says. Oh, wait, maybe this is it? No, it's not. Okay, I don't know. We're going to go on to this page.
Posted?
Yeah, it's missing parts. All of it's important.
I love Grant, but Grant usually misses parts.
I get he's trying to give the important parts is what I think he's doing, but it's important to post the entirety of something so that people can get the full context, not just the important parts, but the entire context.
That is what I said last time to him. I was like, dude, instead of giving your opinion, post the entire thing.
Yeah, you gotta post so everybody can sort of see it for themselves, you know. But let's, I guess, move on to the parts that we do have. So this part says second, which means there was a first. He is not a disinterested reporter merely seeking to protect confidential sources. Rather, he is a defendant in a criminal case seeking to conceal information that will be damaging to him. Yeah, we know that. Third, just as the SJC and the U.S. Supreme Court had little difficulty in concluding that a legitimate grand jury inquiry qualified as a compelling interest requiring reporter Pappas, like any other citizen, to appear and testify as to his sources, this court should have no difficulty in concluding that the Commonwealth's interest in executing a lawful search warrant, particularly against a defendant who is the subject of multiple indictments for intimidation of a witness, a crime that strikes at the heart of the judicial process, far outweighs any abstract public interest in protecting the free flow of information. In fact, the judicial finding of probable cause for the search warrant by a justice of this court should be, here we go, dispositive in that respect. Further, the affidavit in support of the warrant alleges inter alia that there is probable cause to believe that the data within the electronic devices will contain evidence of conspiracy. If indeed sources provided the defendant with information knowing that he intended to use that information to intimidate a witness in a criminal case, that is evidence of criminal activity by both Kearney and the source. And then they say, see Brasenberg, it's a case. The preference for anonymity of those confidential informants involved in actual criminal conduct is presumably a product of their desire to escape criminal prosecution. And this preference, while understandable, is hardly deserving of constitutional protection. And we're going to move on to this other piece of it here. It says the Commonwealth takes this opportunity to renew its
motion
argument.
of today, right? I mean, the motion that was being discussed today.
Yeah. This is
but
it's a Commonwealth opposition. It is sort of a moot point, but it gives an understanding of like the shit that the judge was sort of going through. Mm-hmm. Like they wanted to search the thing. He tried to assert a privilege that doesn't exist anyway. A journalistic privilege does not exist in the state of Massachusetts. So like this right here, this part is what's important because this is what like Bradel lied about, right? It says the defense has previously objected to the Commonwealth's position, but has conceded that Reed's attorneys have not and do not represent Mr. Kearney, but suggesting there is a joint defense, right? Whatever the present merits of that argument, as Judge Krupp correctly noted, all the devices at issue were seized before Mr. Kearney was charged and before he knew he would be charged. So nothing within them would be covered by the alleged joint defense. Since raising its objection to inclusion of terms designed to screen out communications with Read's defense attorneys on November 30th, 2024, undersigned counsel has reviewed some of the data from one or two cell phones lawfully searched pursuant to a warrant prior to any defense request for a taint team. Its contents strengthen the Commonwealth's argument here. Kearney's phone contains text messages between not only the defendant and Karen Read, but the defendant and attorneys Yannetti and it says Jackson, but clearly we're not getting that in the rest of this because this is all that I can see. But I mean, the point is Bradel sat there and argued that he didn't argue for a joint defense, which he absolutely did. I watched that hearing. So then he sat there and lied to the judge, and the judge laughed. Did you catch that? The judge laughed because you guys, like, Bradel seems to forget in the land of Delulu that he lives in, right? That there is actual evidence of transcripts to what he argued. So the judge has said transcripts in front of him that show exactly what he argued. Like, come on, man. Like, I can't.
Do you think this was a win for the Commonwealth?
Sort of, because they still get, you know, the stuff between Karen and Aiden. I think what you'll see is that Cosgrove will,
that was
in
the
Brennan will just file another motion. What?
Yeah, you will file another motion.
He'll just file another motion to get the Yannetti and Jackson text because there's no privilege between Aiden and her attorneys, and also her attorneys are an extension of her. They speak for her on her behalf, so yes, they would be pertinent and relevant information.
Well, if you think about it, is that in that context of those text messages, they do not represent Karen Read.
Well,
you might think that, but the judge
they do if they're. Here's the thing: there's two ways to argue. You can
conundrum,
argue
isn't it?
But you can also argue they absolutely do because they've been doing this from the beginning on behalf of her. So
that is what Cosgrove was thinking, that the judge would automatically kind of think, right? But this judge is good. Yeah, and it's a good one.
I think the judge has a legal conundrum when it comes to the Jackson and Yannetti text, but I also think that they're very relevant in the context of showing consciousness of guilt because they are her attorneys. They are speaking on her behalf, and they have spoken on her behalf with him a billion times over. Mm-hmm. And all they have to do really is ask Cosgrove, like the judge did here. You could ask Cosgrove, like, Attorney Cosgrove, do you think that these, what you have in these communications, that they are speaking for Ms. Read, or does it look like they're speaking on their own behalf? And if they're not speaking on their own, you can't be speaking on your own behalf, but then talking about the case. You're speaking on her behalf.
I get it. But the point is that the judge made a really good argument. And see, that is what judges do. And that is what good lawyers do too, is that only relay on the evidence that's being presented. But Brennan did simply not relay down the fact is that the representatives, he should just have said the representatives of Karen Read should also be implemented in this.
Yeah, absolutely they should. I think also, like, you'll find that, like, we found out, I mean, I already knew this, but like they're both still under investigation for conspiracy for witness intimidation. Like, they could very well be charged, or they could have already been charged, and those indictments could be sealed. Yeah. For all we know. I believe that they're probably sealed indictments. That's what I believe. But I guess we'll find out because they've had all this time, you know, time.
It is kind of like having an argument and being too literal in the sense of, and then you have like a third party saying, yeah, you didn't say that because you only asked for specific information.
And he did only ask for the specific. So, like, the problem was Brennan didn't, and he just assumed, I guess, that the judge would give that because they are a extension of her. I think what you'll see is Brennan will just file another motion asking for the communications for Yannetti and Jackson because they're relevant and they're exculpatory. Like, so.
But I I guess we all thought that this was going to be like a huge deal, and it wasn't. This is a good judge, to be honest. He's objective. He's thoughtful.
He's objective,
And-
yeah.
And, you know, let's be honest, we didn't get the outcome that we wanted because we wanted to kind of be objectifiable and
all
say,
of them.
you know, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But then you need to make
But you
that
got to ask
argument.
for all of them. Yeah, you
Yeah,
got to ask
exactly.
for all of them. And I think, at least the way it's written, I guess it reads as if he just wanted the communications between Aiden and Karen. I guess I would also argue, you know, like he did, that her attorneys are an extension of her. So of course we would get those. But now, like if the judge is going to say, I'm only going to give you those ones because that's what you specifically asked for, then all Brennan's going to do is go back and make another argument about why he needs the other communications. I mean, that's ultimately what's going to happen. And I think you'll see that in short order. Today's the 28th. Journey impanelment starts on the 1st. So you're going to see that in very short order, whether it be today or tomorrow. Like, we're going to see whatever it is that he's going to ask for very, very soon, very quickly.
Probably today.
And you're going to see a rapid succession of answers on things that have still been left open by Judge Cannoni on the docket between today and Tuesday. You're going to see those fly mostly today, I think, right onto the docket with answers, because those things, most of them have to be resolved before jury impanelment. So you're going to see a lot of things come out today.
If you think about it, I mean, Brennan asked for the communications between Reed and Unetti, but that's no longer necessary if he can get it. If he can get an abstract another way, which he's doing right now.
Well, I
That is
think he can
consciousness of
also.
guilt.
You can also call them as witnesses. They are on the witness.
Yeah.
I mean, he said as much hearings and hearings ago. Brennan said, well, I can either get the documents or I can just call them as witnesses. The Commonwealth doesn't want to call them as witnesses, but if they have to, then they have to. And then that creates a very large problem for Karen Reed, because then she don't have attorneys. So I think you're going to find that the court's going to ask them to try to stipulate to information. And if they can stipulate to certain things, which is agree to on the record that these things are true, then they don't have to be called as witnesses. So it kind of boxes them in to either stipulating and staying on as Karen's attorneys, or not stipulating and then not being her attorneys if they're called as witnesses. You really don't have much of a choice but to stipulate to that information.
Isn't that the
As it
strategy,
exists.
though?
Yeah,
Isn't that
I mean,
the
it would be my legal strategy if I was Brennan. So yeah. I've talked about that here before, like on my show before, like how that would be a legal strategy I would use. And I think that's where Brennan is going. He's very intelligent. He does not miss details. Like if I were him, that is exactly what I would do. You know? Exactly, freak. Exactly. He's not just going to sit back and be like, well, he's going to ask for them. Even if he doesn't get them, he's still going to ask for them on the record. That way, it's sort of like, okay, well, now he has run out of options. So you either stipulate or you're on the witness stand. That's what's left.
You know what's really freaking evident, and that's good lawyering, that if you can't get it the regular way, then you do it a substantial way. And that is what he's doing.
You do.
And that is
You
what a
absolutely
good
do.
lawyer do. It does.
I
That's
mean,
beautiful.
good lawyers never leave an avenue open. You check off every box until there's nothing left, you know? Like, I can't help myself today. I am like in rare form, kind of like I was yesterday. My bad. That's the thing with Cosgrove. I honestly feel like because he was a judge for so long, he kind of forgets the sort of edge you need as an attorney, because I'm still kind of weirded out on why he didn't argue that the judge erred in reading the statute for the bail revocation. I sometimes don't understand why he doesn't step in, object, make a more poignant argument. Like, I think he just, like, for being a judge as long as he was, he's a retired judge. The last thing he did in his career was judging for years and years and years. So, like, he seems to forget, like, he's not a judge anymore, right? Like, your job is to convince said judge that you want what you want. And he doesn't do a real great job of trying to do that. And I also think because Attorney Mello is still on this case, he's still on this case. He has not been taken off this case, that Cosgrove feels like he's still just sitting in the background, that he's not the one who's going to ultimately do this. It's going to be Attorney Mello, which I highly doubt. Attorney Mello is very sick. He has cancer. I don't think you'll see Attorney Mello arguing Aiden's cases. And I think that they need to find other people to help Cosgrove. It's that simple. You can't ask a bunch of people who are older than the Crypt Keeper to do internet cases. It's just that simple. I mean, Cosgrove's a good enough guy, but it's the reality of the situation is this is flowing information constantly and ongoing constantly with things that you need to pull off the internet almost daily if you're going to be a prosecutor in Aiden's cases. And so that's going to require an entire office of people, not just 2 people, not 1 person, and people who know how to use the internet freely, not just a little bit. And I don't think you're going to find that Cosgrove's going to be the person that you need to have more people helping him and someone else to argue all this, because he's just not getting the job done, in my opinion.
That is what I don't get, that they have an old special prosecutor going all through this text stream data, and then expecting that he's presenting a really well case, because that's never going to happen.
No, it's not. And how do you, I get that the Commonwealth really wanted a retired judge for the special prosecutor. That's what they wanted. Ultimately, they wanted a retired judge for Aiden's cases as a special prosecutor. I think they made a very large mistake in only going after retired judges, which downs the pool to people who are fairly older, right? Like, they should have went after anybody who would take it, who could do internet style things. Somebody a little bit younger who has done things like internet cases before, that can do a fast pace. You can't expect an older person to be much faster than someone much younger. I just don't think Cosgrove has the ability for that.
How can you expect somebody to prosecute evidence that is online, that is a text stream based, that does not understand it? And it always baffles me, because I love court cases. I love it. I have my own channel. You don't have to promote it, but I've been doing true crime cases for a very long time. I never get why defense attorneys always have this difficulty, and especially trial attorneys have difficulties understanding how DNA works, how certain concepts of forensic investigations work. I mean, do they do that just for show, or are they trying to make an argument? I'm like, okay, so you make an entire career based on being a trial lawyer, and then still you don't know what DNA means, or...
Right. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, you can't expect somebody to give a good argument about something that they know nothing about. This is why we have such a problem with people in the cult saying ridiculous nonsense that would never apply to a trial, that makes no sense, that would never be brought into a trial, that they have no idea what a motion in limine is, why somebody would try to exclude something, and how it could be a bias to the jury. Like, they have no effing clue what they're talking about, and then they're out here just spewing things the sewer turtle tells them like it's actual fact, when in reality, it's not even part of this reality. They live in Delulu Central. And it's hard for someone who doesn't understand it to then make some sort of argument on it. That's why I argue that if you're going to learn about trials, do the homework, educate yourself. I try to do that a lot here, where I explain exactly what something is and the legalese to what it means in layman's terms, so that people can understand it. Because I want people to be able to freely know what the fuck they're talking about if they're going to argue something. If you like the law, you're fascinated in the law, then I'm your gal when it comes to explaining things in layman's terms, so that you can then hopefully explain it to someone else, and so on and so forth. But then you have these people who are just out here listening to all these grifting YouTube lawyers who are more worried about their super chats than they are actually giving the truth of the matter. A lot of these lawyers know that they're lying. They know exactly what's coming out of their mouth. Every single lawyer, every single YouTube lawyer knew there was zero chance Bettero was ever going to be added to Karen Read's team. I said this a billion times before it was denied, that it would ultimately be denied. The judge does not have another choice. It is a huge conflict. It is a huge ethical problem. There's no chance he was ever going to be added. So when I saw the fake outrage and the fake, pearl clutching of these YouTube attorneys who knew damn well that was never going to happen, that it just blew my mind. Okay, you guys can sit there and lie to people, but now we're going extra. We're doing fake outrage. That's what we're doing. Any attorney with a brain who made it even through the first year of law school knew that wasn't going to happen.
Why do you think that is? Because it extends their lie, right?
it blows my mind. Like, I get it. Every creator should get paid for what they do. I'm not arguing that creators shouldn't get paid for what they do. But what I'm arguing is there has to be a fucking limit, dude. If you're going to sit there and just lie to your audience for money, then like you shouldn't be allowed to do it, period. Okay. If the truth is something that's unpopular, so be it. I don't think the truth is unpopular here. I think we just have a very loud minority of idiots. That's it. Like, if you go to all my DMs and all my emails, it's full of people who used to believe she was innocent saying, I now know she's guilty, but I won't say anything publicly because I'm afraid of the mob. Like, full of it. So, like, I think we're very much the majority realizing that she is guilty as sin, and it's the minority, but they're just loud.
Well, that's kind of the same concept as what you just said, the mob. It's the same concept, isn't it? I mean, they didn't get Al Capone on murder, did they? They got him on tax evasion.
Right. Well, they get you on anything they can. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's the same exact concept. I mean, these people are loud. They have a loud voice. Yeah, obnoxious.
Vile.
Their ego floats at top of the freaking Eiffel Tower.
Facts. That's a fact.
But the thing is that these people cannot stand an argument. I mean, that's why they get nasty. That's why they need to be make personal attacks. You know, I'm luxurious that I don't live in the United States. They can attack me all that I want. I simply do not give a shit. Even if I wouldn't live in the United States, bring it on.
It's so funny to me because I'm like, they're like, when they say anything that has anything to do with you, I'm like, it's funny because guess what? You guys are like, oh, well, you could be around. Like, Frank doesn't live in the United States, y'all. He doesn't have to follow our laws, you dumb idiots, mob members. Sorry. Like,
but the thing is that, you know, when push comes to shove, is that these people are seriously mentally ill because they have hybristophilia, and that means that you have a sexual attraction towards innocent people. And we can see from pattern behavior that these people go on from case to case. They don't give a shit about
they do. A lot of them do. Like, remember all the 911 truthers? That's what Free Karen Read reminds me of, Hillbilly said. I mean, I get it. Like, we're talking about flat earthers here too. Like, this is just like, if you have evidence in front of you that says that you're not going to sail off the side of the friggin' world, like, common sense would say it's not flat, but like, you still have people who will say that it is flat. Like, it's mind blowing and boggling, dude.
You know what they believe is, I had car reconstruction classes, right? I have IT knowledge, and I have a vast knowledge of things that are not necessarily interpreted in this case, but it still matters because it's life experience. Mm-hmm. You have these people calling out certain physics that simply are based on Newtonian laws, and you have 3 of them. I'm not sure if anybody knows about them. But you have the laws of motion, you have the law of speed, and
we do have some very intelligent people in here that do know.
No, I know, but I'm just talking in general.
Yeah, no, I know.
And the point is that if you ignore that, and then you come out with your own physical or theory that totally denies the laws of those Newtonian laws, then it kind of becomes laughable. Because it doesn't make sense, because you're excluding evidence that is used in several cases. Let's take Celebrite, for example. Not that it's a Newtonian law or whatever, but Celebrite has been used in almost all cases around the world. It's a Israeli company that has been used by Mossad. The Secret Service is Mossad, and they can crack literally everything. They can crack Signal. They can crack WhatsApp.
They can. Yep.
And the fact remains is that if you're going to discredit that, then your ignorance is bliss. Then if you're going to discredit, and sure, and if you have a good lawyer, they can discredit that, because in some cases, it does matter. If your client is truly innocent, they will find out. Trust me.
They will. I mean, I think, Lucy, you make a good, thank you, Eva. I appreciate that very much. Lucy, that's a good point. And I talked about this yesterday in my show, but I will exactly tell you how those other names were leaked. Janelle, pretty much everybody knew right away because Aiden shared that information who she was with other people who then shared it with me and shared it with other people. And Michelle, I knew about before it was public because Michelle's mother called me to ask me to find out what was going on when she was walked out and suspended from the Stoughton courthouse. So I knew long before anything was public who she was and what was happening in that case. And so what he doesn't seem to realize in his very small pea-sized brain is that people who are family or friends, like I said yesterday, them, I meant when I said them, I meant family and friends of the people who had happened to know about it. Those family and friends then tell other people and so on and so forth. And that's how the information gets out. The Commonwealth didn't have to tell me about Janelle or Michelle. I found out myself. So I find it funny that he's claiming that the Commonwealth leaked Janelle's name or Michelle's name. No, they didn't. I haven't gotten a single comment from the Commonwealth since this case started. All of my information has been from sources. All of it. Different sources across all different occupations and all different experiences. Like some of family members of people who it has happened to, like Michelle in this case. Like, so it's like, what are you talking about, bro?
But it's the same concept as, Aiden has been writing for so long about conspiracies, right? And then they target him as to be this megaphone for Karen Reed. I mean, so really, and it is totally unfathomable to take this guy serious. He believes in freaking science and physics, which are exactly the same thing because, physics is a freaking conduct of science.
It's a science, yeah.
Then he wears a T-shirt about of it, and people
physics and science.
And, give me a break, I'm like, oh, so everything that I learned is wrong?
That's the part that gets me. So it's like everything I've learned about the law is wrong because the sewer turtle says so. He doesn't know how to interpret a first grade reading book, but let's definitely listen to him when it comes to anything that has to do with anything. That's just such a bright idea. I can't imagine that Karen Reed's attorneys did not know that this would backfire tremendously in their faces by involving him in anything, because everything the man has ever touched has turned to dog shit. I mean, it's literally a pattern of behavior with him. I can predict it, literally, what he's going to do, when he's going to do it, and how he's going to do it.
But at least he eats a meal for food.
A meal of food, y'all. Like the fucking what? I can't. The stupidness, like the absolute effing brainiac genius that he is, like. Yes, exactly. Physics is a subset of science. So physics and science. No, physics is science. What the? Oh, I can't. I literally can't. Like.
But that is my entire point. People put their hands on the limitation of this guy talking the truth. I was like, maybe you want to just take an educational course. I'm not sure about you, but
they don't. That's the problem. It's like, bro, if you took 5 minutes, just 5 whole minutes out of your day, right? You took 5 minutes out of your day and you were like, you know what? I'm going to step every person that has told me that they stepped outside of that mob and outside of that echo chamber for more than 5 minutes has told me it almost just hit them like cold water. Like it just dawned upon them when they came out of that mob that holy shit, I am wrong. And this is really bad. Like, so just come out for 5 minutes, do your own research. Don't listen to everything he says. Go and research, and then you'll find out, wrong, wrong.
Not only that, people expect when you are being hit by a car, it's only substantial to one position. It is not. You can be hit by...
that you're being hit in the front. This is in their brain.
Exactly.
You're being hit in the front of a car, in the very middle of it. Like that's where their brains automatically go. The middle of a car, the front of a car. They're not taking into consideration it was not the middle of the back of the car. It was the corner, the very side of the car in the back. Most pedestrian strikes are from the front, not the back. Like, and no, you're not going to end up in the same position. You're not going to have the same marks, dents. Some people are hit at like 40 miles an hour and get up and walk away with no scratch, dings, dents, nothing. And other people die. Like it's, hello. Like,
when I put out that one article explaining all the physics, even Kevin gave me shit. I said, "Oh yeah, you are not you're not wanting to believe that the force of the car killed John O'Keefe because it didn't. the force of the car caused a chain reaction that caused him to fall in such a manner that he had traumatic brain injury
and died. Yeah.
Yeah, I cannot put in something there that I do not 100% know, but it's a freaking chain reaction. It is that simple. And the thing is that the people that do not want to believe that, they are so ignorant because they're emotionally attached to this case. They are belonging to something that they believe is a cautious right, or it is right, and they wear pink and go out on the streets, while they're being so ignorant for not wanting to believe that. So how are we going to fix a bunch of ignorant people that are so loud that are willing to...
You can't.
Exactly.
You can't fix stupid, but I have found that a lot of them come to their senses on their own and then will come to me after. And that's cool. That's fine. Like, I will never turn someone away that was like, wow, I fucked up. I made a mistake. Like, even people who I've had people apologize to me. And it's very big of them to do that, to realize they were wrong, to realize they were lied to, and then apologize for something that they took part in when it came to the harassment. Like, I still deal with it every single day from these people. It's not a day that I don't deal with it. It's life, with these people. It is. They just think it's like they want that pat on the back from their cult leader. And what we're dealing with is a cult. It's exactly what cults do. The leader of said cult will just repeat a mantra over and over and over. And it gets repeated so that the cult believes it. And it's exactly what he does. He just repeats things over and over to the point where they repeat things. Then the YouTubers that are attached to him then repeat the same things over and over without doing a single second of actual research to figure out whether it's actually true or not. They just repeat it over and over and over. And it's like some people start to realize when he flips out on a viewer, like that he doesn't actually care about any of them. He could give a fuck less about if they could see the shit that he says in private about them. I don't think most of them would watch him, but it doesn't matter what I say. They don't believe me. So I'll just wait until it comes out into public view from his phone of all of the things that he thinks of all of his followers.
But that is the most toxic thing, is that you have all these people believing in certain aspects on how innocence is, right? And it's not just only one. It's people from all over the world that believe that in a certain concept of innocent, they can just exclude evidence just because they have an emotional feeling what innocent is.
Yep. There's no such thing as innocent. It's guilty or not guilty. Doesn't mean there's no innocence. It's either there's enough to show that you did it, or there's not enough to show that you did it. Doesn't mean you're innocent. It just means it's not enough to show that you did it. Like, there's no such thing as you're not found innocent in a court of law. It's guilty or not guilty. That's it. Like, I absolutely love when they say that. She'll be found innocent. There's no such thing. That's not a thing. It's no such thing. Doesn't exist.
I love when they say, on Twitter, she's factually innocent. I
laugh. I have to laugh.
You mean factually? Factually.
Yeah. Like, wait, what? She isn't factually fucking innocent, bro. Factually, she's guilty as sin. Give me one fact. Just one goddamn fact that shows that she is innocent of anything that has to do with John O'Keefe. You can't, because it does not exist. You can't make something appear that does not exist. Like, I find it just some of the stuff they say, I just laugh. I just have to, because you can't fix stupid. You just can't. Like, it is what it is. Like, nope. I'll wait for them to figure it the fuck out. Like, and I'll be here when they do. I love when they tell me I don't know anything. You don't know anything. You've never predicted anything ever. I just laugh.
It is the same concept of letting somebody believe religion is real. Now, personally, I'm not religious at all, and I don't discuss it. But the thing is that even though that what I have learned, I mean, I did car mechanics just for years, and even though what I believe and what my concept of what I learned, even though I never finished it, doesn't matter. What I learned, and I would explain to somebody else to go like, nope, that's not true. Like, tell me why.
They can't tell you why. They can't. They can just say not true because they were told that. But they can't tell you why. I mean, Ellen, I think that kind of goes to the shirt that I have that I wore like a couple weeks ago that says, underestimate me. That'll be fun. Like, go ahead. I love when people do that when it comes to me, because I guess I'm what they call a unicorn, right? I'm a nerd. Okay.
You have that experience as well, right? That people go on Twitter, oh, you don't have that many views, so therefore you're not entitled to your opinion. I'm like, fuck off. That is the most cheapest, stupidest argument that you can make.
Not only that, but what I find so funny about what they do is they'll come on to like my YouTube stream and be like, oh, ha, ha, there's only 50 views. And I'm like, I'm looking at the number above, but I'm looking at the number above my head and I'm streaming to numerous platforms. So I'm in the hundreds, like as I am right now, hundreds of people here right now. And they're like, oh, you're only at 50 views or 100 views. I'm like, yeah, that's only YouTube. My number's right here. I've actually screenshot, like taken a picture of it live and then shown it. Like, you're all idiots. So that just shows, once again, you have no idea what you're even talking about. And you're trying to argue something that doesn't even apply. That's how stupid you sound. You don't know that when you stream, you can stream to multiple platforms. What?
No,
like,
but it shouldn't even matter, right? Let alone if you have 50 views, let alone if you have one.
Who gives a shit? I don't care if I have one. It's more than they, and then usually when they come on my channel to like write a comment like that, they're like, only 550 views. I go, I guess that's 550 more than you have, considering you don't have a channel.
But it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter because they're comparing views to an opinion that pisses them off, apparently so much that they are wanting to react to it.
It's hilarious to me because it's like a channel starts somewhere, right? You start at zero. You start at nothing. You start at nothing. That's where you start. So when you start a channel, you start at nothing, and then you grow, and then you grow. Small numbers of people, and you grow. So you all start somewhere. I don't give a shit if you have 1 view, and I've invited everybody. I don't give a shit if you have 5 views or if you have 5 million views. Anybody who's going to be, kind and not attack people in my chat or come here to argue and be a troll is welcome to come on my panel, because I think, especially with this case, hearing the truth is an important thing. And I don't restrict it to, oh, well, that person doesn't have, 1,000 viewers, or they don't have 10,000 viewers, so they have nothing to offer me because they don't have viewers to offer me. I don't need their viewers. That's ridiculous. A way of thinking. We should be pushing each other up, not pushing each other down and saying, you don't have enough viewers to come on my channel because you have nothing to offer me. That's crazy. Like, that's just crazy.
You can't just be ignorant and towards evidence, because that evidence got you're a lovely individual that you so much claim to be innocent, eventually indicted. Yeah, exactly. You cannot just simply go ahead, you know what, let's just ignore all that and let's just pretend that nothing happened. It doesn't work that way.
It doesn't. It does not. It absolutely does not work that way. I find it so funny because they can't give you an actual reason why, like, you're wrong. You're wrong. And then immediately when you say, like, well, exactly how would I be wrong when this, and this exists, and we know that he never went into the house and Colin wasn't there. So, like, how exactly is it wrong? And then they just go, oh my God, well, your face. My beautiful face? Is that what we're talking about? I mean, what? Or you're stupid. Yeah, I'm so not smart. I'm not a smart person. Nope. Not me. Nope. Sorry. No, I'm a nerd. I'm literally a nerd. I'm sorry to like burst their bubble, but like, I know like this pretty face might like somehow like deter them from understanding that like people who are nerds don't have to be just people with glasses that have lisps. But I am a nerd. I have been a nerd my entire life. So I know a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff. I don't know. Sorry.
What do you say?
Please go like this and go, don't steal my glasses, guys. Like, don't steal my glasses, guys.
No, but
yeah, Lucy, I wish that too. And I've said this on my recent shows, is I really wish that people could work together. Unfortunately, there are people with other ulterior motives that just are only worried about themselves. And for that, I cannot control, unfortunately. I can only do my best to work with who I try to work with to get the job done and get the truth out there. I can't control other people's selfish motives, unfortunately. I cannot. I wish I could, but I cannot. Like, that's right, Jack. If you simply ignore all the evidence, then there's no proof. That's exactly how they think, right? Like, if we just ignore that my favorite one, I don't know if this is your favorite one, you guys, but my favorite one is the picture of the taillight and them being like, I see nothing. There's nothing. There's no missing taillight in that picture. Like, where is it? And it's like right there, missing taillight, like 8 a.m., 5 a.m. Where? There is no such thing. Like,
Like, do you need to do you need to split screen or something? Do you need
To be fair, my daughter is legally blind and she can see it. So please explain to me. She's like, Mom, I can see, because if you bring things close enough to her face, like up here, she out of this one eye, she can sort of see it. And she's like, I can see that and I'm legally blind. How do they? I'm like, because they're choosing to ignore it. That's why. Like, so if my legally blind child can see it, what? Like, blast them off to Pluto, bro. Just leave them there. Literally. I kid you not. Like, there's no excuse for you if my legally blind child can see the missing goddamn taillight, okay? Like, you are in Delulu land. Like, ridiculous. Ridiculous. I can't. I literally can't. I think that they sometimes think that they're like naming their houseplants and hanging out with the tooth fairy. Like, I can't. Like, they're taking pictures in their backyard, like with my bestie. It's like Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. Like,
it is no longer about the truth at that point. It is more about the people that they like and building a community instead of being right. You know what? That would always continue.
A community. We all want a community, but I want a community built on truth and people wanting to help one another, like coming together for the common good. That's what I want my community to be built on. I don't want my community to be built on lies and very not intelligent people. I would like my community to be built on people who can rub two brain cells together, and figure shit out. Like, I can't. Oh, I would love for B-Tim. I know he's working right now, but I would love for B-Tim to be here. He's definitely working though. It is a Friday. It is a Friday. But that, I mean, Jack makes a perfect point. It's exactly what they do, is just ignore all of the evidence and then act like it doesn't exist. Like,
but that is why you need to make either illustrations or an educational, not even an educational, a logical point where a certain thing could have happened. And that's the beautiful thing about true crime, is that we are allowed to, not only in true crime, just in general, to make a different point. And
yeah, of course.
Usually, when they are wrong, you can You can usually
go for it, dude. I swear all the time. Can't help it.
you can no. This is a good thing, because usually on my stream I swear too much, but
I do too. But I can't help it with you're dealing with ultimate fucking stupidity. Like, it gets me fired up, and I'm like, But
that see, that is the thing. Like, if I've been here before, and in chat you have people on who were free can read believers. Like, those arguments, those are the ones that we need to disclose.
The civil ones. Amber comes in sometimes. We have some civil debates, and I say this, I welcome. Yeah,
I know what Amber you mean.
The free Karen Read people who can have a civil debate and not go for like insults. If you want to have that civil debate, I welcome you into my chat or on panel to have that civil debate, because if we don't have those conversations, right, like, we don't get to the bottom of it. Like, that's how you figure shit out, is by having those civil kind of conversations.
But that is a beautiful thing, isn't it? I mean, that's how we learn from each other.
It is. It is. And ultimately, I am like a sponge. I love to learn things. I just do.
I mean, and if I'm wrong, I did that with the Brian Koberger case as well. When I first started my channel, I had so many people on, like, trying to convince me why this dude is innocent. And, I'm still pretty much convinced that he isn't innocent. He pretty much did it. I mean, an entire psychological profile. Like, try to convince me. That's the beautiful thing, because, I'm a rational guy. At least I like to believe that I am. But that's how you learn.
Most times, Frank. Most times. We're rational people most times. We have our moments.
But, Elise, let's be honest. We're passionate folks, right?
Yeah.
We believe in what we believe in. I mean, we do research, we do investigations, and, we're struck on a certain point of what we perceive as the truth.
That's right. But give me another reason to think otherwise.
Yeah.
I'll open that door if you give it to me. Like, give me a rational explanation or theory of something, and I'll entertain the fuck out of it. I'll go down that rabbit hole. Sure, I've been down many rabbit holes. Like, it just doesn't exist here. It's just every rabbit hole ends in the same spot, and it's not Alice in Wonderland, bro, unless you're in free Karen Read. Then you're hanging out with the bunny and the Cheshire Cat. But everywhere else, it leads to the same place. Karen's taillight is all over John's clothes. Okay. Like you can't get me past the taillight and the text stream data on her car. There's like, where do you go if he never enters the house?
But it's like this void. It's this void that is being fulfilled because, oh, you know what? Could be a possibility. Sure, it could be a possibility. But if that possibility is totally not substantiated by anything,
that's half the problem. Like,
exactly.
It's never substantiated by something, you know? It's just not. Oh, we have a thank you. I have 2 donations. One $10 from Maui. Love you, Maui. Thank you so much. And another 10 from Jack. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate you, my friend. I don't know. It's to me, it's like, if you give me like a lot of in the beginning of all this, a lot of us did think that maybe there was a possibility that she could be innocent. But then we got evidence, right? We got real pieces of evidence that debunked most of the theories and lies we had been told. And if that starts to happen and you start to peel the onion back, like, there are things you can't get around because there are pieces of evidence that prove otherwise. So, like, unless you can come up with a cohesive theory about Karen wasn't the one driving that car, which she admits to doing, then there isn't really a possibility that somebody else committed the crime. She's not arguing she wasn't in the car. And as a matter of fact, she did us all a favor by telling us that she plucked a piece of glass out of John's nose. So what we know is that scratch on his nose was not from it being broken from a fight, that it was from glass, which very well means it could have been parts of what was on his arm is pieces of glass. Pieces of taillight, pieces of glass scratching him, both. It could be both.
You know, that would make sense because, you know, when he would hold his glass, at least that's how I interpret it, then he would smash it back because of the reflex, and then maybe it smashed his face. Yeah.
The motion would have brought his hand forward, and that's towards the opposite arm. So if he was holding the glass in this hand, she picked a piece out of his face. So we know that scratch that she claimed, like, oh, he was in a fight and his nose was broken. His nose was not broken. It didn't look broken to me. I know they didn't do x-rays, but a broken nose you can pretty much see. But we know that there was that scratch there, but now we know why the scratch was there, because she picked that piece of glass out of his nose. We also know, thank you, Karen, you idiot, that there was no signs of life to John when they got there. He wasn't even alive anymore still. The only reason they didn't call it there is what I've been saying since day one, which is they have to warm the body first before they can actually call it for him being passed away and gone. And so they took him into the ambulance to try to warm him, and they were able to call time of death at the hospital. But we know now there were no signs of life. John was not breathing when they got there. He was already gone. So I love all the people who are like, Jen McCabe could have saved him. I think the Glare said this the other day, and I pushed back on it in a comment. I was like, how could she have saved somebody who was already dead? Please enlighten me on how she could have saved someone. And then she called him that man in the snow. He was that man. Do you think if you said, hey, John's in the snow, they're going to come faster? And you don't scream officer down like you people like to seem to think. That happens when an officer is on duty and gets shot or stabbed, and another officer calls in officer down. It's not officer down when he's not on duty and there are other people there. That's not realistic. That's not how it works. So whether they said he was an officer or a friend or a man, it doesn't matter. They're going to come in the same amount of time. So for all intents and purposes, anybody who's worked in medical, like I have, you tell them the things that you know, which are if he's allergic to anything, his age, about his height, his weight. Like, those are things you would want to tell 911. His name doesn't matter until they ask it. There is a man in the snow that needs help, period. So Jen calling him that man is like, so what? Karen also called John that body. You want to argue that?
What about adrenaline? That they're like perceiving this, that, you know, like they've been witnessing this like 24/7. That's a common denominator for, you know, we found a body in the snow. You might want to check this out. I mean, there's a lot of adrenaline going on as well. I mean, Karen. Let's be honest.
Panic mode. Jen's in panic mode. She saw John at least 3 times a week. She's in panic mode. Like, what? I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Like, You know, like this is insane. Like, and no, that story freak didn't pop up until 8.5 months later.
But let's be honest, the consciousness of guilt shouldn't be only limited to those texts. It's her entire demeanor or actions, what she did. She was directly trying to contradict the mistake that she was making. She directly tried to frame somebody else by backing into John's car, saying that is how those pieces were gone. For some miraculous reason, even though that she was that concerned about him, she called him, but then went into his garage, which mysteriously the furniture is missing from.
Missing, gone, right. Just that footage and her coming home and then them looking at the tail when she gets back. Those pieces of footage are completely gone. She would have been the only ones with means and motive to get rid of it. And anyone who had access to it. Her, John, and the kids are the only people who had access to that. I would think she's the only one that would have any problem with that footage being there.
I mean, just have a good storyteller and you would have consciousness of guilt.
I mean, she doesn't even show an ounce of, and what did she say? I have a hard time feeling bad for any of the witnesses. She has no remorse. Feeling bad for the witnesses. It's like, oh, you don't feel bad for the people that you know, of course not, because you're a narcissist, and narcissists don't know how to feel bad for anybody but themselves. They have no empathy and they have no sympathy. Those chips in their brain do not exist. Just like Aiden does. They don't exist.
You know,
hey, Beach.
You would think that what Lally told us first when the car data was being pulled up and they were pulling that steer just to hit him, because that camera, I mean, I'm not shitting you, that fucking car has a 360-degree camera. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did. And I also knew that there's a very real possibility that it took a snapshot. And I'm not sure if that's a piece of something that Hank would have gotten this time, but that car does have the capacity to take a snapshot picture from the camera.
Oh,
even if you brake too hard. No, if you brake too hard, it'll do it too. So you have to think that if she hit him, that would be a hard brake that it might have snapshotted.
It might, sure. But the thing is that the weather, it did not accumulate. And let me tell you this, because this is fucking fascinating. You have suspension control. You know that about a Lexus? It has suspension control. You know how much warning signs that gives? That if you go on freaking off-road mode, do you think those cameras will be activated? Hell no.
They would be blinking and beeping. Her car would have been doing it the entire time. Boop, 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 boop. She ignored all warning signs.
No. But if that were true, she wouldn't need to go, because, you know, these fancy cars, and especially Lexus, which is 90% electronics. I'm just saying that.
It is. The brain of that computer is fucking enormous. But
the point is that is why they did that freaking extraction of the CPU itself, is because they can read it directly. But my point is that, you know, people were bitching and whining, you know, the height of John did not match the wounds. Yeah, because you have fucking suspension control. You can make it higher or lower by freaking 3 inches.
Mm-hmm. But also, John at his height, his elbow is directly where that taillight would be, at the height that John is. Yeah. We've already literally done this with a car that's the exact same model as Karen's and a person that's exactly the same height as John. And the elbow outstretched like this is the exact place where the taillight is.
Yeah.
Imagine that. We have done that.
But the point is, if you put it in freaking off-road mode, most of the sensors go off. They are not activated.
We know that she disabled some things, which we know. We also know that she tried to key cycle the car, and obviously her brother worked at Lexus. So I think he thought that if she key cycled it 100 times, it would delete the data, because there's a way to reset. And but it didn't work. So
if Hank was smart, then he would brought it to Toyota, and Toyota has the real data.
The text stream, the
text stream,
yeah, the text stream data. I mean, I know that they got 8 more gigabytes of data So they got a hell of a lot more than they got last time. Let's remember the defense expert.
Was it 2021 Lexus, right? 570. So it was a fairly recent new car. You know what they also have? Is a subscriber trial for a fucking GPS.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I'm hoping they have the GPS coordinates of exactly where she was. What I do know is since they know what time John took his seatbelt off, that means they know what time he got up out of that seat. That sensor that tells you to put your seatbelt on in the passenger seat, when you get up off the seat, it goes off because now there's not a human in the seat. If you sit back down on the seat, that sensor now tells you it tells the car that person needs to put their seatbelt on. So they will know the exact time he sat his butt right off that seat.
Yeah. Because it has pressure sensors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I know. That's awfully weird. In the documentary, she does say something about the sensors beeping when she pulled into John's garage. So obviously some sensors
She did it
were
on
enabled.
purpose. She did it on purpose. Those
very
beeping
real.
sounds? No, that's why I'm saying it, is because I am 100% sure that she did that deliberately. She did that voicemail so you could hear the sensors beeping.
Yeah. Probably. I make no doubt because she knew what she was doing, dude. Okay. You're not going to call people and say they're all, he's been hit by a plow, Kerry, he's dead. All the things that she did right after to cover up what had happened or what she realized happened, are just astronomical at that point. It doesn't take Einstein to figure out something is up. Something is wrong, very, very wrong. Her statements don't make sense, right? If you know John's not in the house, how would you know that? She stopped Kerry and Jen from looking in the house, his own house, for him to leave. And why wouldn't you have checked the house first? Before you left and freaked out, why wouldn't you have checked every part of the house first? The only reason you wouldn't have is if you knew he wasn't there.
I made an entire freaking timeline of the text that John got from his voicemail until she lied. Mm-hmm. She lied every single bit of it. Because she knew
She
what was
also
going
said that
on.
she was calling him and texting when she was outside the house. And we know that she didn't do that until after she got back to John. So we know that that's a lie. Yeah, my sister's van tries to brake on its own too. It does brake on its own.
But
so the only way to, by the way, the only way to know, my sister has a van. It's not a Ford. It's a Kia, I feel like. I don't know. It's not a Ford. But, it brakes on its own. It did it to me the other day. And funny enough, the only way to override that automatic braking is to hit the gas. Okay? Hit the gas is the only way to override that automatic braking. So yeah. And why would you try to override your automatic braking? Obviously, your automatic braking is braking for a reason. Exactly, Cynthia. That's exactly a part of consciousness of guilt. But what they're going to argue is they don't know who did the key cycles. That's what they're, you know what I mean? So I'm not sure if Hank's going to use that.
Automatic system braking does not work for going in reverse. Only works for going up.
Well, it worked in reverse in my sister's car. That shit stopped on a dime. My sister lives on a main road. And she has a van, but on a main road. And I was backing out of her driveway because you can't turn around in her driveway. And so I was backing out of her driveway and somebody was flying. They flew up kind of behind me and I was backing up slowly to get to the edge of the driveway. And the car,
and it might be because of the cameras.
Braked on me. Yep, because the cameras were telling them something was behind it. So it automatically braked on me. And it gave me whiplash because I was like, boink, it literally automatically braked to the point where it's a hard brake. It's not a soft brake. It's a hard brake.
It's a hard brake.
You feel it. Oh yeah, she was definitely trying to get a reaction out of a lot of fucking people. And she clearly got that reaction now, didn't she? Blaming Peggy. That was the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, she didn't take her shoes off because she knew he wasn't there. It's that simple. She knew he was not there. And for her to stop Kerry and stop Jen from looking in that house, the reason she didn't look before she left to begin with was because she knew he was not there. That's the only reason you would do that. I'm hoping that's exactly what they have, Freak, is the logs to show what was disabled, when, if, all of that. I am more interested in the Bluetooth too. If it connects back to John's phone before they ever get back to Fairview, we know she went back. That will be very, very, very interesting.
I think they got that.
No, Lucy,
Not
that
from-
was a real thing, but I don't know why they didn't use it in the first trial because we did know about the key cycles before the first
Well,
trial. I'm not sure.
Let's be honest, the first trial was shit.
It was shit. And they could have used a lot more of the things that they didn't. So, but I'm not really sure. Why wouldn't you use those? Like, that's a good deduction. What the fuck wouldn't you use the fact that they tried to key cycle the car numerous times to delete data? Like, why wouldn't you use it?
Because it's consciousness of I do not know.
Why? Why not use it? I just don't get it. I mean, they didn't use a lot of other things, so I mean, there has to be a reason. There has to be a reason. Like,
You know, I think this entire trial, the first trial, it was kind of I think it was bought. Because I cannot remember for the life of me that I saw a trial with so much evidence that can be pretty much really condemning not being presented. I can't help it.
there was so many things that I was like, okay, but why aren't we talking about like, and obviously like some things like that weren't public. I was waiting for it to like come out in the trial, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what is that? But they didn't use a lot of those things, so I'm like, why though? Like, but I just feel like they just like didn't want to make the case any longer, or like they were too worried about debunking. To be fair, even though the first trial didn't
have
exactly
anything, though,
do
did they?
some of the things that we should have. I mean, Lally still got 3/4 of that jury to say, you know, she was guilty. So in my eyes, it might have been shitty, but he at least did a good enough job. Like, because we do, Lucy, because we do. That's all I can say on that is because we do.
I think it was, I don't know. But in all honesty, I'm pretty sure Lolly did many trials, but
Oh, he's done many. He's usually pretty good in his trials, but I just don't think he was prepared for the enormous monster that this was going to be.
he had fucking 2 years.
Yeah, but it was also, you have to remember, a lot of these theories were like ongoingly, like he had to start debunking every ridiculous conspiracy from top to bottom.
No, you don't. As a prosecutor, you don't have to.
No, you don't have to,
debunk
but that's
any.
what he felt like he had to do, obviously. I think he should have condensed it down to just debunking the basics of that it wasn't the fucking dog and it wasn't these other people. This is the evidence that shows that it was her and her alone. Like, but I think that's what we'll see Brennan do in this one, is he'll sort of condense it more.
I think it was odd that everything that was really evidentiary that I really could have made a case was not necessarily because the prosecution did a bad job of representing it. It got, when those witnesses came on, like Trooper Paul, it sounded like he was hypnotized. He was, I believe that guy is still an expert. He still teaches classes. And I do not believe for a second, it sounded like that guy was on drugs.
Like, I can't.
It was odd.
He's monotone. He's very monotone, but that's a very good point right here, right?
How the fuck can he be? How the fuck can that guy? I'm sorry to interrupt you because I simply do not understand that. Is how can he be an instructor and not instruct the fucking jury on the simplification on how a collision works?
I don't know. I think the guy probably had never testified a day in his life. This is
Who
probably
gives
the
a shit?
first
He's
time.
an instructor. He talks to people all the time.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was not very well done. That's very clear. But I think that's why Hank has someone else to explain this, right? Like, now we have Hank. So now we have someone that is going to explain it in layman's terms for people to understand. And I love, and this is what I criticized in the first trial, was there wasn't enough visuals. There wasn't enough demonstrations. Like, the jury needs to be able to see it and then see it in their brain. See it with their eyes means they're going to see it with their brain. And you need to hammer that in over and over so that their timeline is very, very concrete in their head when they get into that deliberation. Like,
I know
all of it.
You know, I'm Dutch, right? You know, I watch a lot of soccer. And, you know, 24 miles per hour sounds really fast.
It does.
But we have soccer players body slam somebody with the speed of 24 miles an hour. And you can see that emotion, how you body slam somebody with the physics and the science. Sorry, just let me put that in. and
the
see their
science.
body mass, like freaking slam on the floor, and it doesn't matter the mass. It's all about the speed and the force that it has on a body. Like, what do you think? That, you know, a lot of these freaking readers think, you know what, they are just stagnant, they're just a static object, and go like
yeah, like it's just gonna like plop down right there where it's at. Like, how do you get over there? Motion?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Motion? I don't know. Like he wasn't just gonna drop like a sack of potatoes right there after being hit by a car. I mean,
well,
like,
Lucy, I disagree.
He did have a speech impediment. He did.
Yeah, sure. But if you threw him off, no, you can't throw somebody off while you have your own testing. You can't.
I mean, I think probably what she means is like the way Alan Jackson was almost using him as like a hostile witness, and he was just coming at him. I think because he had never testified before and with the speech impediment, it sort of kind of a little bit of a shock to him. So he was just kind of like, you know, like, I get it. I totally understand where it went wrong, you know, but I think they should have had someone that could have shown it all, like, to the jury, like, show it, like, make a computer model of what he's explaining. And then he can explain it step by step in sort of layman's terms. You can't explain it in terms that people who don't know it are going to understand. It has to be in terms that people who have never heard of this before can understand.
But who the fuck are you going to believe? A lawyer that doesn't understand what the fuck you were talking about and asking questions while you are testing the fucking physics of it?
Like, let's all make potato cannons and then smile and stand about it. I made a potato cannon. It was so awesome. It was awesome.
You know,
potato cannon.
That bothered me so much. I was like, yeah, we have limited information, but yeah, a freaking pneumatic cannon is fair enough. Yeah, because I like to make it. Yeah, fuck off.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Like, no expert in any, like, expertise of anything. If you sit there and tell me, and I don't give a fuck what you're saying you're an expert in, but if you sit there and tell me that more information couldn't have changed the outcome or your opinion, then I can't find anything you say credible. Because at any point, more data and more information absolutely can change the outcome or an opinion on something. So for you to hard-nosed be like, nope, no more information or data would have ever changed my mind on this, like, then I just can't take you seriously. And nobody should take you seriously.
Can you highlight Frika's comment for a second?
Yes.
Momentum from, that's true. A vehicle to humans.
This is my very smart friend here who knows lots of stuff.
I love it. Lateral motion. But, you know, that lateral motion also induces not only friction, that friction caused that tail light to shatter because it was really cold. And that
18 degrees.
And that speed of that 600-pound vehicle induces a force upon his arm that needed to go somewhere. So that speed plus the force, if you do it in general testing, like a frontal collision, that would attest to a full-on conclusion of breaking limbs, you name it, unless you're freaking, I don't know, Deadpool. But you need to also, and I totally get it because I did the math myself as well, is that there's not a 100% mathematical conclusion to attest for what John has been hit with because it's such an odd angle.
It is such an odd angle because we don't have studies of people being hit by the quarter panel side of a tail light, you know, from behind. We usually have front collisions, but I think this is a perfect right here, Freak. It's a perfect as you can get really explanation of what happened, which was that he spun. There was a rotation, like not 100, you know, spun, but there was a rotation of his body that threw him in the motion that he went. He wasn't just going to drop like a sack of potatoes right there, you know, like that is how it happened. He didn't have a chance to catch himself, stop himself, like, and he hit his head fairly hard. Like, that is what ultimately killed him, was the head strike from when he hit his head and the hypothermia from being out there for so long. Like,
I'm trying.
The
to
judge
find-
will. Okay, let's make no mistake about this. ARCA will testify. The Commonwealth today has filed another motion to have the judge reconsider outing ARCA again. I don't think she will. I think she should, just like she should have Marie Russell in the first trial. Those are my criticisms of the first trial. I think she will again. I don't think she should, but I think she will. I think that Commonwealth is on sound legal ground asking them to be omitted, but they also have to give reciprocal discovery. And at this point, they have not met their reciprocal discovery obligations to give the reciprocal discovery to Hank Brennan. And I think that's what he's going to argue, which is we know that there are more email communications that you're hiding. Okay. We know that. And if you're not going to give them up as reciprocal discovery, then you cannot have these experts testify because we don't know the entire relationship.
Exactly. And that is fair, isn't it?
It's completely fair. It's completely fair. You're asking them, the Commonwealth, to hand over everything that has to do with their experts.
Yeah, I, to be honest, I think the judge is ridiculous.
I do too. She's ridiculous at this point with quite a few things, in my opinion. Like, she's giving them too much. She's too afraid of appeals. And in my opinion, it doesn't matter what they appeal. They're going to lose those appeals anyway. It's sound legal standing. So I don't know what she's so worried about. Like, you know? Why the dog nonsense? That's a good question, because they need to explain how those marks got on John's arm. And since they have touted this theory of the dog for so long and people actually believe in their brains that it was a dog, they need to keep going with that theory until the Commonwealth can give a theory about what happened. We may never know every mark on his arm and how it got there because you're never going to know everything. We weren't there. But what we do know is that the taillight was in his clothes, the taillight was at the scene, and Karen was driving the vehicle.
But
and the text
that
stream data says what time she backed up, and John's phone stops moving forever outside that house, right where he was found, right after that.
But see, that is the thing. I mean, it's a good counter argument, though. I mean, the defense is entitled to a rigorous defense, and they need to make plausibilities of what certain things could have happened that the Commonwealth needs to exclude, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you can already exclude something, why the fuck bring in an expert that already has been excluded by just sheer, I don't know, exactly.
Stupidity and bias. I don't know. That's the argument, right? For the Commonwealth is that it would serve no purpose other than to taint the jury and to give the jury a bias. So you're literally just giving a biased opinion to the jury. It serves no purpose and it's not fair. It has to be fair. Like, yes, exactly. The Mark Furman distraction defense. Bingo.
I'm gonna show you something that will totally blow this out of the water. You know, I love watching things from the defense team and from the prosecution as well, right? There's this lady named Laura Schill. Oh, you're gonna love this, trust me. You're gonna ask me to marry you when I show this?
Here's the perfect point here. Got hit by the front side of a car, which was not going very fast, about 10 miles an hour, and I was thrown back to the curb.
Yeah. Oh, that's Joanne. Joanne is one of my admins. Love her.
That's a perfect example. Perfect example. Like, oh my God, imagine. The marks in her arm are Karen biting him. She was just gnawing on his. Wake up, John. I'm going to jail for your death. You got to wake up. The fuck? Yes, exactly. Murky, which is exactly how Hank described it. No, that new juror lawyer thing is nonsensical. It's also very unethical. I don't know what they're going to do with that, but it's got ethical issues with it. Oh, Smithers? I mean, Nathan? Smithers? I mean, Nathan. Mr. Burns is Nathan. I mean, Smithers. No, she shouldn't be allowed. I don't know what they're going to do with that. I presume they will do something. It will be brought up. Hank will bring it up. I don't know how he couldn't. I mean, it's very unethical, honestly. Well, Hank, sorry, guys. I'm just checking to make sure I'm not missing anybody's donation. I want to make sure I thank everybody that needs to be thanked. And for some reason, my phone has been like freezing the last couple days, like even worse than it normally is. think I got you all. I just want to make sure I check Cash App and Venmo because for some reason lately they haven't been giving me like pop-up notices like they normally do.
I get chills by just showing this because this is fun.
Nathan looks like Curious George. Somebody needs to make that meme. The meme of a side-by-side look.
Hold on. Elise?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you something that you're absolutely going to love. Because
Frank.
This is a defense attorney. Just listen to what she's going to say.
2016, we're still seeing fingerprints daily in the courtroom. And I put that Michael Bowers, he was a bite mark expert. When I was involved with Joyce Gilchrist, professionally, not
sexually.
When I was investigating what was going on with Joyce Gilchrist, AFS decided that they didn't ban her. They knew what was going on, and they said that she was not following the spirit of their guidelines.
Hold on.
Spirit of the law.
I skipped too far.
We're doing Daubert challenges. If it's a state, again, that we can do a Daubert challenge. And then I have many attorneys that are saying, well, the judge doesn't care. It's going to come in either way. Well, I'm a scientist. I'm not a lawyer. And what I say to that is let's at least get it on the record that we tried.
Bingo. That's what I tell people all the time. At least get it on the record that you tried.
I'm not a writer, but let's at least try it. Because one day,
she's right.
We're going to get another junk science out of the courtroom.
Bingo.
We've already seen it. We've heard about it this morning. I'm going to talk about it. We had Daubert. Daubert excited me. I get excited by little things. I'm really stoked about this MGM Grand crime scene experience. But anyways, so we get this book. How many of you have seen this book? Okay, quite a few of you. I got so excited. I bought 4 of these books since it came out. Now I lose things quite a bit, so that may not mean anything, and I've given them away. But these books, this is the NRC, the National Research Council report on forensic science. It came out in 2009. I was so excited about this report because this report was honest and it challenged forensic science in 2009 after the Daubert trilogy. This is the scientific community, not the legal community, but the scientific community challenging ourselves.
So who the fuck is right, the scientific community or the legal community? You tell me, because I am pretty sure.
Scientific, right? If you're going to bring science into the law, then you have to rely on the scientific community to tell you what it is.
She says something
Could
great.
stand alone, that the report could stand alone. That's what Daubert did for me back in the early 90s and late 90s. Now, I get reports that could never stand alone.
I'm just going to start from the beginning. It's like only 5 minutes.
My God, what does the prosecutor, what the prosecutor says the report says?
But this is this is like totally the opposite.
Because oftentimes I have attorneys that say that, well, the prosecutor said that my guy's all over the place. And I look at the report and I don't see DNA from the client at all. What the report means and what can be challenged in court. So we've talked a lot about challenges. We've heard about challenges. We all know about courtroom challenges. I think courtroom challenges are extremely important. I think the Daubert trilogy, not all of your states have Daubert, I recognize that. But the states that do have Daubert, it was great.
Daubert Lanigan.
It was decided in 1993.
That is what she's talking about, and it's fucking fascinating.
Novel science versus non-novel science. which forensics is such a baby field that it is still novel science. Then we got Joyner, which applied to the courts in 1997. And then we got Kumho, which applies to the specific case, the methodology, the scientist in the specific case. Now, when these cases came about, I was working for the state police, and it scared the crap out of me that now I have to go into court with all of these books if somebody challenges the science, and I have to sit there for hours and hours being questioned because the prosecution is proffering this evidence, essentially proffering me in my report.
It is interesting, right?
And so I've got books. There was one case, and I'm bringing all these books in, and I weighed a little bit more than I weigh today, but nonetheless, I'm still short and fat, and I've got all these books, and I trip, and papers go everywhere. Bad experience. But Daubert wasn't a bad experience. Daubert made me better. It made me, as a forensic scientist, need to know what the hell I was talking about in a way that I was able to relate that to a judge who doesn't know about the forensic science, who doesn't know if it's good or bad. And then the defense attorney that would have their expert that was challenging me. I felt that this was excellent. I had to convince the judge. I had to make sure that I performed correctly, that my report was presented correctly, that it could be read on its own, and what it said could stand alone, that the report could stand alone. That's what Daubert did for me back in the early 90s and late 90s. Now, I get reports that could never stand alone. How many of you guys get reports that unless the analyst is there to explain it, it couldn't stand alone? We're not having Daubert challenges anymore because I will suggest to the lawyers that I'm working with, well, maybe we should challenge this with a Daubert. And some of my lawyers are great, and boom, we're doing Daubert challenges. If it's a state, again, that we can do a Daubert challenge. And then I have many attorneys that are saying, well, the judge doesn't care. It's going to come in either way. Well, I'm a scientist, I'm not a lawyer. And what I say to that is, let's at least get it on the record that we tried. You know, it may be a lot of writing, and I'm not a writer, but let's at least try it, because one day,
here it comes.
We're going to get another junk science out of the courtroom. We've already seen it. We've heard about it this morning. I'm going to talk about it. We had Daubert. Daubert excited me. I get excited by little things. I'm really stoked about this MGM Grand crime scene experience. But anyways, so we get this book. How many of you have seen this book? Okay, quite a few of you. I got so excited. I bought 4 of these books since it came out. Now I lose things quite a bit, so that may not mean anything, but I've given them away. But these books, this is the NRC, the National Research Council report on forensic science. It came out in 2009. I was so excited about this report because this report was honest and it challenged forensic science in 2009 after the Daubert trilogy. This is the scientific community, not the legal community, but the scientific community challenging ourselves. That really excited me. It says, as everybody can read,
You're enjoying this, aren't you?
That nearly every single area of forensic science is plagued by serious questions of scientific validity and reliability. Plagued. Scientists wrote this. We don't even use colorful, flowerful words, but that's some pretty flowerful, harsh statements. Bite mark experts, they can't even answer the question, is it a bite mark? That's what this report found.
Junk science.
That's a flaw, I think.
Mm-hmm. It is. It's junk science. We all know from forever ago. And it's funny because Marie Russell was asked if she had ever heard of this report. Okay. She was asked, have you ever read the report? No, I don't think I have. Well, if you're so worried about bite marks, this is something that everyone who knows anything about bite mark science and how it was used in the cases, specifically if you go back to Bundy, okay, and how they used bite marks, like then how it became junk science and why it was junk science, and that the expert that they used for bite marks, how he used it and how it was junk science. He actually used the plaster of a bite mark and put it to the skin and pushed on it, and it made an impression. So of course now it's going to match. It is junk science. You can't use bite marks as a science. There is no science for bite marks. That's why it's junk science. Like,
because skin is not elastic, right?
Well, I mean, they debunked exactly how this specific doctor was using bite marks and where it goes back to when it comes to cases and how it is just junk science. There's no such thing as a bite mark science. It doesn't exist. Like, it just doesn't. And if you have never heard of that report before, I don't know how you could be a bite mark expert in any sense of the word, because it's a very important report that most people have seen when it comes to bite marks in legal cases. Like, and she had never heard of it. She had never read it. Like, tells you exactly what kind of junk expert you're allowing in. Listen, I looked up, right? If you look up the definition of expert, that you just have to have the experience, education. If you want to do it by that, knowledge, if you want to do it by that, then I'm an expert in law, right? Like, if you want to do it by that, then I'm absolutely a law expert, okay? I think it needs to be more than that. It needs to be more than that. She has to be able to show how she got to that conclusion with a medical degree of certainty or a scientific degree of certainty. She can't do that in either instance.
But now,
yeah, Marie Jack Russell.
But nowadays you can't just think, I think what happened.
I think. And back then, especially in the 80s and 90s, the I think by scientists was used a lot in court cases. Well, Your Honor, I think, based on my knowledge, that this is actually rouge. Like, that's what they were using, like it was junk science all around. Like, it would be a 5-hour opening. I think that's a legal tactic, really, to have Jackson do the opening and not Yannetti this time, because I don't think they thought from the juror, the alternate juror that they talked to, that it hit well with the jury. So they're going to use AJ instead this time, I think if you're going to use, for real. I feel so bad for her, honestly, Jackson's wife, because there has been some canoodling with Karen, and very real canoodling. That picture that, that the Free Karen Read group wants to say isn't real is 100% real. And there has been some very questionable activity between the two. I don't know how his wife allows him to continue with this trial with her in it, eating steak dinners every night at steakhouses with her and drinking with her. If I was his wife, dude, I'd be asking for a goddamn divorce. Like, sorry, not sorry. Like, not doing it. Like, I have to read the footnote. I woke up early this morning, but my little had a field trip today that she was very excited about. So we had to get her lunch ready, and she's got to wear a specific colored shirt from the school and all that stuff. So I didn't have a chance to fully go over everything this morning before you guys, because the hearing was at 10, so it was early. But I do have to look at that footnote. Oh my God. Yeah, he's so brilliant. He'd put us all to sleep. It's amazing. Yeah. He would put us all to sleep. Alessi, I don't even know why they have him on there. I don't think it helps them even a little bit. It actually hurts
for that
them.
exact same purpose.
To put them to sleep? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, just put them night-night?
So they can hypnotize them,
Right? You won't go night-night? Just listen to Alessi. Just back and forth. You listen to Alessi, and then if you just read over and over the Diaries of a Wimpy Sewer Turtle, and his little pen with his face on it and his little dinosaur arms, like, you go to sleep immediately. Like, I say, thank God Alessi's not doing it, because I would have to, like, zone into my own brain of, like, sitting at the beach or something, because and it's, like, sucks, because I have to listen to him to give my analysis, and I literally want to smash my head off a brick wall every time he talks. Well, Your Honor, I'm going to take a sip of water now. Would you like me to spell by name for the court? I'm also going to read this now, Your Honor. I'm going to stomp my foot one time, do the hokey pokey, and turn myself around. Like, what the fuck, bro? We don't need a narrative of what the fuck you're doing, sir. Like, all right? Shut the actual fuck up. Like, I cannot. I think they said it was going to be Alan Jackson. I'm pretty sure that they said that Jackson was doing it. Thank God. Yeah, booby grabbing your client's probably not supposed to happen. It's not good, acceptable attorney-client practice. Mrs. Jackson probably does want a conviction more than we do. I would not doubt that.
Just to be done.
I would not doubt that. Not by a freaking long shot. Oh, though, yeah, they're pretty disgusting pictures. It's pretty bad. It's pretty freaking bad, not gonna lie. Like, he's there to write the expert reports. I cannot believe you would actually admit to helping write a report. That's awful. That's so bad. Like, again, I don't know how you let that report in as the judge if he admits to helping write it. Even a smidgen admits to helping write it. Like, what? Like, what? I just don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me how any judge could allow that in. Like, but, you know, we're not dealing with a normal situation here, I guess. Like, he could induce sleep in the entire court, freak. I agree with this sentiment. Yeah, Dr. Russell, she's an expert on how to punch out your lower lip like this. Yeah, like this. She's an expert on this. And making faces.
Well, I don't agree with that. I think for a medical degree of certainty.
I'm dead. I'm dead. I am freaking dead. That's exactly what she looks like. I'm dead. I'm dead. Exactly what she looks like. It's really sad. Like,
no, but it's blissful ignorance. Not only that, it's also striding up her own ego, because that woman was reading the Boston Globe at the toilet while she was reading.
Yeah, the Globe. Like, come on, dude. She clearly wanted to be a part of this. That's very apparent. Even the judge had a problem with it in trial 1. How could you then extend on and let her continue on in this?
I have no idea.
I just don't. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't.
You know what baffles me even more during the freaking voir dire of her. No, what was it? A
Do you know what I just want to talk. Do you guys
right?
know what voir dire means? It means speaking truth. That's what voir dire means. Like, how freaking ironic is that? Like,
but during her Daubert hearing, she said that that she wasn't aware of any dog DNA on John's body, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then how the fuck? And I've heard this argument many times that Judge Cannoni thinks that this is more for an appellate issue. Yeah. But if an expert is not only an expert, basing it only on solely images, then how the fuck can you let that expert in?
This has literally plagued me for as long as she's been doing it. I'm like, want to shake her. Like, how legally do you do this? I've never seen anything like it from a judge. A normal judge would say, you're not an expert. You cannot testify. Like, it just doesn't. Like, it just doesn't go with what's supposed to happen.
But the same thing with the ARCA experts. How can you let people in that only did half the fucking discovery?
That's the thing, is they should have to be forced to take, and even if they did, though, they're still going to say, like, just like they both did, oh, no, we're not changing our opinion. So it's like, they should have to force, like most experts are, to be given all of the evidence. All of it.
No, but she's saying, oh, you know what? Let's just put that in, because at least then Karen Reed gets kind of a fair fucking experts on the stand, which is totally fucking illiterate, because that is, it fucking bothered me in the first trial as well, is that they came in halfway. Oh, we never talked to these people.
Bullshit. We all knew that was bullshit.
But even though if it wasn't bullshit, Canoni should have never allowed these people, not in a single fucking reality, that a real judge, I'm not saying that she is not a real judge, but that wants justice, would have allowed this in.
I don't see anyone, allowing this in. I just don't understand.
The prosecution podcast, they won their award last year for best awarding podcast in the United States. They even say that this judge is corrupt. And to be honest, I think that's true.
I don't know about corrupt. I just think she's too afraid. I think she's afraid.
That's what you call corrupt.
The sale of marijuana goes up 100% when Alessi talks.
I mean,
dead.
Let's be fucking honest. This is a slam dunk case. Shouldn't be that widely.
It is. I mean, with the evidence, it should be. It literally should be. And yeah, I don't know. People tell me Eliza Little has been practicing law for 10 years. I have a hard time believing she's done more than 2 cases because she gets up there, her voice cracks, she looks very afraid, very intimidated. I don't understand how a practicing attorney after 10 years could look like someone who just got up in front of a judge today.
You know that chair to scratch from Ice Age?
Yes.
That is what she reminds me of. Can't help it.
I mean, Hank he was funny with the dog bite lady. He was, because he was kind of trying to put her in her place. Like, how can you say this X, Y, and Z if you have A, B, and C? Like, that doesn't even make sense, lady. Like, she said if she had the dog bites, it wouldn't have changed. She wouldn't have wanted to match them up or look at them, which is like no expert would say that. That was the whole point of showing that she's not an expert. And he did a great job of doing it, yet the judge still allowed her in. It just doesn't.
It doesn't make sense, does it? Exactly.
No, but also, I also say, you know what? Let them both in, because they both made fools of themselves in the first trial, and Hank will make ultimate fools of them in the second one. I don't give a shit one way or another.
That is not what a judge is supposed to do, though.
No, it's not. But they made fools of themselves in the first trial, and if Lally could make fools of them, imagine what Hank's going to make out of them.
But it doesn't make sense. That is not up to a fucking judge.
No, I agree. They shouldn't have been allowed to begin with. I've said this. This is my criticism from trial 1 as well. But since they were, it still fell flat with the jury. It still fell flat with the jury. Like, still, even though they were allowed it to say what they wanted to say, it still fell flat. So imagine what Hank is going to do with it. He's going to splice that shit up into like fine grains until nothing they say can be taken seriously at all. Like,
I mean, let's take this into perspective, right? Which we already did. I mean, look at Whiffen, Ian Whiffen. That guy literally works for fucking Celebrite, a company that goes on so many fucking goddamn trials. That guy needed to fucking explain what Green did wrong, and he did. You know what I mean? And they just went like, "Yeah, nope, that's not true. You're wrong." And that,
like,
I mean, what?
That one gets me. Like, bro, he like wrote his own software. Like, he's like the head software person over at Celebrate, and that guy's Green's right over at McNasty's. He's right. But yeah, Ian, he's not right at all. Nope, not even a little. Like,
that is like saying that Ford didn't invent cars.
Right. Like, and so that's but I think also that, like, my point is that, like, the jury clearly didn't still buy it. Like, they still didn't buy the bullshit from the defense. No. They listened to the experts from the Commonwealth and found them more credible. Like, oh yeah, that was a good one, Aurora. I forgot all about that. That was a good one. During the last voir dire. Hank, when did you find out there were pieces of taillight embedded in John's clothes? This is the dog bite lady. Now. Now, yeah. Oh man. So imagine he does that in front of a jury. When was the first time you heard of that? Like,
have you ever considered that there could be a possibility, and I wonder, that Karen Read actually moved Jonah's body?
I've thought about that because there was talk about Karen. So she did technically move him in a way where she tried to take his cell phone out of his pocket. And that's why it ended up on the ground behind him, because she was trying to get it out of his pocket and couldn't. And so instead of it still being in his pocket like it would have been, it was moved onto the ground when she was trying to pull it out of his pocket. So we do know that she moved him, but do you mean before that? Like before they quote found him, moved him? Like, I mean, it's a possibility, obviously. Anything's a possibility. She could have went back at any point and moved him, you know. I also think there's a possibility that maybe after he hit his head, he tried to sit up, tried to crawl, tried to move. That's a possibility as well. He might not have been knocked out right away. We don't know, right? Like,
because that would explain why the argument is made that he would land 15 feet.
I mean, here's the thing. There was howling winds. Let's all remember that, okay? And those winds play a huge role in where he lands. And they were loud, like loud winds that night. Karen says it. The Alberts say it. The first responders say it. Everybody admits to the fact that those winds were extremely loud and pushing. So I think maybe where he ended up had something to do with which way the winds were blowing, how fast. You know what I'm saying?
I have this.
I know that the accent on Whiffin got me too. I was like,
You're
I don't
right,
know why.
matey.
Yeah, but like I happen to like the Australian accent. That's just like my favorite accent. And I always do a poll. Like people are like, when we were in Florida, people would ask me, "Are you from New York or Boston?" And I'd be like, "Dude, never ask me again if I'm from New York, ever, ever."
So-
I was like, "Oh, is my accent that hard?"
So let's see. We have. Can I fucking.
We have a fucking fuck.
Local climatological data, which is apparently not supported anymore by the government.
No.
So let's
well.
see the 29th, right?
Yep. Well, technically, it would have been.
It was minus 14.
Yeah, because it was after midnight. So yeah, the 29th.
Oh, no, that's not.
It was like 18
Minus-
degrees outside in Canton. So that would be
Okay.
is that Celsius or
No, it's
Fahrenheit?
not.
Because it was 18 degrees Fahrenheit.
Because this is you see, this is from U.S. Department of Commerce, National Ocean. So it's all.
Yeah, his software is used around the world. That's what's so amazing about the guy is he knows what the fuck he's doing and talking about.
So apparently the satellite was at Station Norwood Memorial Airport, Mass.
Norwood, that's near Canton.
Yeah.
So it's a couple minutes, but it's nearby. About 15, 20 minutes maybe.
So max 2.
Probably didn't get exactly, close, like right on top of Canton, but Norwood would probably be the closest, I'd guess.
Okay, what does this mean? As in snowfall, weather type.
Well, it would be snowing, so.
I'm not a weather expert, by the way, but.
Neither am I. Sorry, guys. I do not have that expertise under my belt, but I do know that it was 18 degrees out. I know that the winds were howling.
15.
15 for the wind.
So yeah. So if we go to the 29th, which is
right there. Yeah.
Can't highlight it apparently.
Apparently not. It's just telling you to F off right now. It said fuck off.
There we go. So pressure 15, peak speed. Fuck up.
I mean, the wind was coming, so we know that it wasn't standing still, like wish there was camera footage of Karen Reed and Dad and Johnson for 30 minutes. Yeah,
no,
I mean, we know
that
I'm
they
not
were
going to
pretend to fucking know what I'm talking about here, so just gonna skip.
Yeah, but you can check. You can check like the wind. You know what I mean? You can check the wind for that night, and we know that it wasn't standing still. We know that it was howling by accounts of everyone, including Karen. So I think that wind would have an impact on where he landed. What
I did do is
Aurora, you are absolutely right. People fall and break their, like grandmother broke her wrist just falling on our driveway when I was a kid. Just ice patch. She fell right from where she was standing, just slipped and boop, and she broke her wrist all the way from here to here, without, you know, any sort of great force. So yeah, I mean, it happens all the time. He was hit and thrown or hit and rotated, you know? So of course, I know it to me, it's like, how is it not possible for you people to understand how something so simple happened, you know?
All right, I have my little
Maybe
mind
she
map up
does.
here.
Maybe she does have short-term memory loss.
So what I calculated.
Or dementia. It's possible, guys. It is possible. If you guys have a chance, make sure that you like hit the like button, like that, you know, helps the algorithm on YouTube. Yeah. Smash the like button, y'all. Make a sandwich out of it. Like, pay the like button a fee.
I think I got it. If you show my screen, I have a little timeline set up here.
Oh, okay. I heard Australia was beautiful.
So at 2:11, she left a waterfall. 270, snow is steady, moderate intensity, yada. Visibility, okay, doesn't matter. So I approximately, with transcripts, 229 or 12:29. Jen calls John's phone, and that is where approximately she hit him, and then we have this little visibility chart here.
Sweet. I love when you make charts. I love when anybody makes charts. It's awesome.
2:30 to 2:45. The visibility was minimal.
Oh,
So
yeah, it started coming down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It only started coming down at 02:27.
Freak said you missed the first of the timestamp. It's 12:36, not 2:36.
Dude, fuck off. Can't be perfect anymore.
He's a perfectionist who likes information. Just like me.
It's a proximity. Anyways, so the point is that I fought first at a guilty conscience of being deliberate because the visibility was not that
Minimal.
bad.
Well, it was minimal in the morning when they went back. So how does she see him? That's the point.
Well, that's the point that I'm coming up with.
Yeah.
So, you see, from 1:35 to 2 a.m. with a light snow accumulation to whatever. And that is when Jeremy McCain phone records alleged source how's too long on die in cold?
How's so long to die in cold?
So that was this, which accumulated to this, which is kind of interesting because it shows that peak. And it is totally separate from each other. And then when did this is Officer Sheriff?
Oh, Seraph, his cam for the snow.
I say Sheriff, but
yeah, Officer Seraph's cam on his cruiser.
Let's see. So, you know, from 227 to this is when things were actually bad. This is not 100% accurate,
but it's a roundabout of it, and so that's the point. Also point out that around 227, when they claim that Jen, you know, Googled the Google that she didn't Google, the Google that she didn't Google, her heart rate, she had her watch on, and her heart rate was the lowest that it was all night long at that time. Now, if you're conspiring and you're Googling and there's a dead body on your lawn or in your basement or in your sister's basement, your sister's lawn, you would think that your heart rate isn't going to be the lowest it is all day, right?
Exactly.
Like it's going to be high. And her heart rate was extremely low. Lowest it was all day long because she was laying in bed, like she said she was, looking up the Hockomock sports thing after drinking. Like,
see, this is,
you know,
this is what it looks like when I actually real clear. I was trying so hard to to find like an LX570 that actually wasn't a collision.
Yep. I mean, look at that tail light though. That's a pretty good. Look at that. It's pieces of it that are clonked out just like Karen's. Obviously, there's more of Karen's as well. But look at, see that corner, the corner pieces on both of them are still intact on this one, just like the other one. The corner pieces. Like, so, you know, it's not far off that that's exactly what it looks like when something hits it. Like, and also we know it was cold. It was 18 degrees outside. Like, that's a Lexus 570. So it's the exact same model that Karen had. Like, are you going to overlay them? Yes. Yep. So the corner piece, right, is still intact on Karen's, and there's a corner piece on this one that's intact. Like, it's a pretty good representation of what a, you know, light looks like when it gets smashed from a Lexus 570. Like, I mean, that's as best as we're going to get. I'm guessing that wasn't a pedestrian strike on that one, right? Just a collision?
No, yeah, just a collision.
Right. But still, like, we're talking about force, right? Like, that's a pretty good representation of how much of the taillight conked down on Karen's as well. You know? Like, I know, right? Thank God Jen wasn't having sex. Heart rate would have been through the fucking roof, right? Like, but I mean, if you're Googling shit to be in a conspiracy with a dead body, you're probably not going to have your heart rate be the lowest that it was all day. You know, like, we know that John, his height with that vehicle, that elbow would be exactly where the taillight would be if he extended his arm out for his height.
Let's see.
So it looks like on the inside of the car, the pieces of the taillight. That's true. It did have 360 cam. It did, yes.
Oh yeah, yeah. That is what this guy. That's it's good that you reminded me, because that is what this guy is talking about.
The 360 cam.
Yes.
On her car. Yeah. Interesting.
What do you do?
So
don't want to watch the entire thing. There we go.
It would be interesting to see from the inside of the car what her cameras looked like.
Pretty old looking reverse camera, but it does have 360 view, which is nice. Heated and cooled seats with a heated steering wheel and crawl control, multi-terrain select, all the off-road tech you could want in your LX 570. We also get the old school mouse or joystick, whatever you want to call it.
But it goes outside and he just has a cap on.
Interesting. I didn't know it had like the mouse or joystick
to control the infotainment. This is one of the last Lexus vehicles with this, or maybe even the last with this. They've transitioned everything else over to the touchpad, which actually, after using this, I kind of prefer. This is pretty rough, you guys. There's not a whole lot to do in here. I've connected my phone to Bluetooth, so we'll do a little bit of a mark.
Do you know about the suspension control?
Yeah, they might not though, but I do.
Hey everybody, Brock Frady here, helping you enjoy your ride. The last switch.
This is hold on.
There are the switches right on in the middle console.
Active height control.
Yeah.
Active height control adjusts the vehicle's height in accordance with driving conditions. Your current setting is displayed in the multi-information display. There are 3 controls that operate the system. The off button in the center console turns the system off and will display the off indicator in the multi-information display. Pressing the button again turns the system back on.
You can do that
when the
while
system
driving.
is on, you can use the toggle switch on the center console to select between high, normal, or low.
Lowers it even more.
The doors must be closed and engine on for the system to operate. If the brake pedal is depressed, the system will not operate. The high mode is best for driving on bumpy roads or through water, and is only available when the vehicle is being driven below 18 miles per hour. Normal mode is suitable for ordinary driving and ensures the best aerodynamic characteristics and stability. Low mode allows for easy access to the vehicle and is only available when the vehicle is being driven below 7 miles per hour. This switch to the right of the steering column activates the easy access mode. An indicator will appear in the tachometer when the system is active. This mode is helpful when accessing and loading the vehicle.
It's funny because they might have that now, and whether it was in any of those modes while she was driving around. So, I mean, all of those things that you would see pop up on the screen or on the console of the car very well could be information that they have or don't have right now. And we do know that they have the temperature of John's phone and when John took his seatbelt off. So it's a good indicator of them having a lot more information. Yeah, aerodynamics of a brick. Yeah, it would be logged somewhere in one part of that system, you know? Like, so it's interesting to see. Like, that's the inside of the car that Karen had. So if all of these alarms are going off and she ignores them every time, including when she backs up, and it looks clear to me that she clears her taillight from John's car.
It's kind of funny that whatchamacallit is at 12:46 because I made a timeline. Last time I went live.
Yeah.
Because this is John, his voicemail, which was really odd in the testimony that Commonwealth made. Because this is John. Yeah. Because it says nothing. Then at 12:47 is John, I fucking hate you.
Yep.
12:42, alarms beeping.
Yeah, that's when she's in the garage, right?
Yeah. I compared them all to the text as well. So
right.
Then we have after, let me see, 13 minutes, then we have this text. I'm going home to John, right?
Yep. Like as into Mansfield. Is what she meant.
Then text, and I guess this needs to go a little bit up. Well, it doesn't matter. Then what's this? See you later.
Mm-hmm.
This is
she's trying to get him to.
Yeah. So
that I mean, she knows what she's doing, right? So if you're sending those texts and you know he's incapacitated, or at least you think you hurt him, right? You think you hurt him. Maybe you don't know that you killed him yet, but you think you at least hurt him. You have to set something up, like, oh, I don't know what you're doing. I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, blah, 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 blah. Bree actually had a good class on the text stream data the other day. When I was talking to her, she was literally in a class for this kind of shit. Like, so Lexus started having cameras take photos on every trigger event in 2023 and 24. Oh, I wish they had done that in 2021 as well, dude. We would not be here. You are right. Oh, man. Just a couple of years earlier, and you know, like, damn.
No, exactly.
Her own butt dial. Is that the one where there's nothing on the voicemail? You can just hear, like, the clicking of her heels in the garage and stuff. That 51 seconds. Yeah.
Hold on.
You pull. Can you crank the audio on it?
Yeah, I can.
See if we can hear anything else in there. Like,
yeah, we can.
Alarm footage from the camera would be most vital in any situation. Why would it not be there? Well,
give me a second. Be back.
Yeah, I mean, there's multitude of reasons that any car company might not have something in play at that point. They're obvious. They also go through like updates, system updates, where that'll trigger little like glitches to happen. Something might not be working properly until they do an upgrade to that. So, I mean, we don't know if the alarm footage would have set off any camera movement on the car at that point. They, just like Bree said, in 2023 and 2024, Lexus now has the camera take a photo on every trigger event. They weren't doing that in 2021 when it happened, unfortunately. I wish they had. While Frank is doing that and getting that stuff, if you guys could please hit the like button, share the video with a friend or someone else who knows this case and just hasn't discovered we're here yet in our little community. If you can give a donation to the channel, we only run on donations from you guys. The information for that's right here. It also is on the ticker at the very bottom, and it's very small, and I can't make that bigger. So I pop this one up periodically for you guys because people complain that the other one's too small. So Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. And then I read them, but I don't read real names because we don't need the mob harassing people. That, believe you me, I've lived it, and it's not fun. After a while, you learn to just ignore them and laugh at them and point a little. But in the beginning, it's not fun.
Okay, I'm not sure. I hope that extension works.
Right, Jimbo? There's no place like jail. There's no place like jail. Imagine. Insert funny audio here. Right? That's what I think she was doing, sort of trying to figure an alibi out, but I don't think she had it 100% figured out at that point. 2 drops. I don't think she had it 100% figured out. The hardware for massive storage is now small enough, Bree said, to physically to fit and large enough space-wise to hold it. Aurora said at 12:41, 12:42 a.m. should be SUV beeping, steps and garage door closing. Even Karen Reed confirmed that in the ID documentary. Yeah, she will look great in orange. You know, no pink for her, even though she's never worn it. Did you guys hear that? That pissed me off. No volume. Nope.
Really?
No volume.
Well, not yet. But
do you have it muted?
Hold on. It's static. But as hold on.
Yeah, she was kind of trying to blame the plow driver. Like, oh, a plow hit him. Oh, I hear her. I hear the judge.
Dr. Wolf and
there it is.
Dr. Rentschler.
We should have really loud for me at least.
Yep.
And I do find, though I understand why the defense didn't respond, but it is a violation of Rule 14. So we had this voir dire. The Commonwealth was looking to see what each person did, their independent opinion, what their testimony would be, and whether they were qualified to render the opinions that they qualified. So from what I heard the other day, Dr. Wolf can testify to what he...
So stupid.
We're wanting the...
I think, yeah, he was the original fall guy, I feel like. The plow did it, you know?
The
Until
kids
she kind
are
of
home
developed
alone.
it. Here we go. One of the kids wasn't home, by the way.
Thank you, Ron. May I approach just to retreat?
Yes.
But yeah, everything's hilarious right now, Karen. So funny. Such a bad look.
Hold on. Let me go to the voicemails.
Yes, the nephew was at his friend's house for an overnight sleepover. He didn't come home until the next morning when everything was going on. The niece, but she's old enough to be home by herself, came home. She came home, I think after Karen was already back there, I think, but it was late from her friend's house.
On those voicemails and what you...
she did really think she had this in the bag. You can tell in that documentary she had no idea there'd be a second trial. No clue. She had no idea how bad this was going to be for her, you know?
That's exactly what we're hoping for.
Yeah, exactly. Like, keep talking, Karen, you freaking idiot. Like, please do. Like,
Both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is there a voicemail that the defendant left Mr. O'Keefe?
There we go.
At that time frame?
There was a voicemail at 12:37 a.m.
Hold on. Let me do this differently. Stop setting. Present. Share screen. I'm gonna share the entire thing, but then with volume boosted. I hope.
yeah. Just to see if we can hear anything else.
These ones here, it looks like they're 3
Does it work?
seconds long.
And they're listed as answered, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention over to Mr. O'Keefe's call report. And specifically, I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to what's been labeled as box number 134 and then 134 with the 1 in parentheses following that.
Okay.
And do you see those entries, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date and time associated with those entries in Mr. O'Keefe's records?
His records shows number 134
Can you hear it better?
Yeah.
is 12:36, 9 seconds on the 29th, and then 134 with the 1 in the call.
Their answer.
Missed.
Same call around the same time frame shows up in Mr. O'Keefe's report as missed and shows up in the defendant's report as answered, correct?
That is correct.
And that is around the time that the defendant is calling the victim repeatedly and leaving voicemails on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, Trooper Guarino, you conducted an analysis of both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That's correct.
And from your analysis of that phone, were you able to determine approximately how many calls occurred from the defendant's phone to Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the time period shortly after 12:30 a.m. To the time period shortly after 6 a.m.?
There was over 50. I think it was 53 or 55.
And any of those calls from your review of those records indicate...
I'm not sure.
It's got to be somewhere along that area.
That was it.
What time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:02 a.m.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, when you're ready.
There we go. Because that is the static one.
From that period that we were just speaking about on January 29th?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce in a minute the next exhibit. We have no objection.
Okay.
Now, sir, from your review of the defendant's phone, before we get to those, from your review of the defendant's phone, what, if anything, were you able to observe or ascertain that the defendant's phone did at approximately 12:36 a.m.?
So by looking at the timeline in the phone, we were able to see that Ms. Reed's phone auto-connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house at 12:36 a.m. We know this because it's a password protected access to the phone. So you would have to know the password to get into this Wi-Fi network.
And that would be the home at 1 Meadows Avenue, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish each of the 8 voicemails to the jury.
Okay.
There we go.
Are we going
Yep,
here with
yep.
this time?
You need it louder?
No, that's good. No, that's good.
Each one is?
Yes. And Trooper Guarino, again, similar to the other messages, just for point of reference, the earliest of the voicemails is the last in the list and the most recent is at the top of the list. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as this first voicemail, what time did this occur?
12:37 a.m.
And with the court's permission, if I could play that for the jury.
Yes.
In the list and the most recent is at the top of the list. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as this first voicemail, what time did this occur?
12:37 a.m.
And with the court's permission, if I could play that for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could have the second message. Sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could.
That confused the fuck out of me because I first thought that I could hear sirens in the background of the footage.
Yeah, I know. I thought that too.
My apologies, Your Honor, I just wanted the siren to go by.
Oh, that's fine.
Fine. And before Ms. Gilman presses play again, Trooper Guarino, what time is the second message?
12:42.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, Trooper Guarino,
She made sure that you could hear that.
Yeah, that was
Deliberate.
it was pretty deliberate. She definitely clunked her heel. Like you could hear the clunking, clunk, 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 clunk. Yeah, walking up the little stairs from from inside the garage into the house, and she doesn't stop, take her shoes off. She just walks right in, and she knew John had an issue with like taking your shoes off before you go in the house. She still just kept walking. Like, so 51 seconds of hearing her car, and obviously the phone must have been in her purse, in her pocket, whatever, in her hand, and then she's going into the house. Like, it seems sort of deliberate to me, like that she made sure that you heard the car beep 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 beep, beep into the thing. But if it's going off just going in, right, then it had to have been going off every other time. Like,
You like body language?
I watch body language experts just to see what they say on certain things, and hers is just like, hers tells a lot without even having to look at a fucking expert. But like her facial expressions and
Just when she does, John, you're a pervert.
oh yeah. Check her out, everyone.
Because that's why I put things in Canva, because I can zoom in.
Yeah, I know. I use Canva too.
So I'm showing you 2 documents.
What?
And Mr. Officer, we can put the light.
That is, let me see.
You recognize each of those documents, sir?
Yes, one is Karen Reed call log report. Just want to confirm which one this is. Yeah. For John O'Keefe, and then John O'Keefe's full call log report on the.
Is that you, one, Aurora? John, is that you?
Looks like the 29th.
Got it.
Seems like that's what she says, but I think they also, for purposes of the trial, need to enhance the audio for the court and for the jurors, so that they can hear it.
But you can see that she even changes out herself.
Oh yeah, it's cringeworthy. The fuck? Like,
Yeah, Your Honor.
yeah, where are you? Was that you? Whatever it was said quickly and with the Boston accent.
By Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
37, 2,
Such indifference.
1:11 a.m. Excuse me.
Look at her. She's writing things down as if she's an attorney. Like,
Yes, 1 in the morning. I'm with niece and nephew. You fucking pervert! You're a fucking pervert!
like she doesn't remember it. Look at her face. Like, yeah, you said it, bitch. You said it.
1:11 a.m. Excuse me.
It's purposeful.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Yes, 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert! You're a fucking pervert!
You see her like cringing
Yeah,
out?
it's like it's like indifference, like anger. She's mad that they're playing this. How dare they? How dare they? How dare they play this?
You're a fucking pervert!
I mean, you could do a request on it, a FOIA request on certain things like that. Massachusetts doesn't usually just release the audios and stuff. Some states do. Massachusetts isn't one of them. They don't just release it. You'd have to like ask for it basically if you want it.
But she is disturbed by her own comment.
Oh yeah, I mean, she makes that comment about basically not being able to do this relationship with them with the kids anymore. That it can't be like him and the kids and her. So like, I tend to agree with Freak on if the kids if they don't have her, then like if she can't have him without the kids, then he can't be alive. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, she was not happy with the relationship with the kids in it, and those kids weren't going anywhere, right? Like, he took responsibility of them. They weren't going anywhere. Like, she did not like it. Like, he got on her for spoiling them or bringing them donuts. I mean, I think he was a little strict when it came to certain things like donuts. That's what you want to complain about. But these were the way he wanted to raise his kids. It's his prerogative, which way he wants to raise them. And if he thought that she was spoiling them with money and things rather than like making memories and doing things with them, then I might have a problem with that too. So we don't know all of it, but what we do know is Karen had a problem with the kids being in the picture. John had a problem with the way that Karen did things with the kids. Like, that was contentious in their relationship. And it looked like at the end here, this was pretty much all but over, and just Karen wasn't getting the hint. Like, John was just done with the bullshit. He was trying because they had been together 2 years, but done with the bullshit at that point. You know? Exactly. She ruined many lives. We're in the hundreds of those lives at this point. You know? Hundreds. That's how disgusting this entire case is, you know?
It is.
Well, I think that's the narrative she was trying to paint, is that he ran off to some girlfriend's house and got hit by a plow because he was walking over to Bella's mom's house. I think that's where she was trying to go with this, like, you know, alibi, like, you're a pervert, and like trying to make it seem as if he left the Alberts and went over to walked over to Bella's mom's house, his ex, and, you know, she left those messages.
Exactly.
Why else? You know, why else? Like, yeah, John had already tried to get her to leave, and she was just not trying to do that. Like, narcissists don't know how to share attention with other people. It's not even that they don't want to, they don't have that chip in their brain that tells them to be empathetic or sympathetic. It doesn't exist.
Yeah. Well, Ava, I did watch the documentary, and the first thing that I already noticed is that she kind of praised herself. This is a beautiful Karen Read. You know, it's already.
Yeah.
The only thing that you need to know.
That's the thing. They buy love. They don't think that they can get it on their own. So they do things like try to buy love.
Yeah.
In the Sewer Turtles case, he tries to force love with threats instead of buying it. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah. After 9 vodkas, she could have argued with a wall. Oh, I can only imagine what John had to deal with every time she was fucking drunk, which is probably a lot, as she admits that there was a lot of drinking happening, you know? Yeah, pervert's not a common word. I think she was definitely alluding to like, oh, you did something you shouldn't be doing. You're sleeping with another woman, you awful person, you like, you know. But I think it was deliberate, like as in she was trying to say like, oh, you walked over from the Alberts to Bella's mom's house and F you. I think that's a picture she was trying to paint, you know.
Well, she knew what she was doing.
She knew exactly what she was doing. Like, she did try to buy her way out of that psychotic break in Aruba. That's right. She did. Well, let me pay for your room. I'm so sorry. Like, you saw them hug, and that immediately in your mind meant that they were like, you know, canoodling. Like, this is somebody he had known for very many years and years and years. Like, she just assumed, right? Just assumed. Like, but this is the kind of explosive behavior that they want to show. And it kind of sucks that none of the ex-boyfriends kind of want to get involved in this shenanigan mess, because I think they got some pretty good stories to tell when it comes to the way that she's acted, and even in the past up to now, because it aligns. But they don't want to get involved. They want no part of this fucking circus, and I cannot blame them. You know, I cannot. Like, yeah, her normal way out of things was definitely like to buy her way out.
Okay, so we got a new document release. I just clicked on it.
What is it? Let's get it up here. What is
Proposed
it?
statement of facts of jury.
What is it? Proposed statement of facts to jury. The Commonwealth's pretrial memorandum. So this is what they want to give to the jury as the facts of the case, basically.
So
that's what this document is.
On the morning of January 29th, 2022, at approximately 6:04 a.m., the Canton Police Department received a 911 call reporting an unresponsive male in the snow outside their residence of 44 Fairview Road within their town.
Officers responded and discovered the male party, subsequently identified as John O'Keefe, off the roadway in the front lawn area. No shit, Sherlock. Officers identified 3 women with Mr. O'Keefe, one of which was the defendant, Karen Read, the girlfriend of Mr. O'Keefe. The defendant had been with Mr. O'Keefe the previous evening at 2 different bars in Canton, and had driven with him to this residence in the early morning hours of this date. Mr. O'Keefe was treated by paramedics from the Canton Fire Department and transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, where he was subsequently pronounced deceased. The Commonwealth alleges that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle earlier that morning and then left the scene while Mr. O'Keefe lay injured in the snow during a blizzard. The defendant denies that she committed any crimes. Oh, stipulations. They have proposed stipulations, y'all. The Commonwealth proposes the following stipulations to be entered as evidence at trial. In lieu of testimony by the keepers of records for different institutions where the Commonwealth obtained surveillance videos, the defendant agrees to the authenticity. They're authentic. God damn it. And then in lieu of testimony by the keepers of records for CF McCarthy's and Waterfall, the defendant agrees to them being authentic and the restaurant receipts. In lieu of testimony and the keepers of records. Let's see. Testimony from any defense counsels. Oh, here it is. Here it is, y'all. I knew it. I knew it. I fucking knew it. It's another call for Elise. Thank you. I'll take a bow, pat on the back, ring my own bell. Toot, toot, toot. Okay. The defendant agrees to the authenticity of her audio and video recorded statements made during interviews with reporter Gretchen Voss, Boston Magazine, audio only, reporter Matt Gutman, ABC News, reporter Denise Murphy, NBC, and reporter Ted Daniels of Boston 25. This stipulation also includes any recorded statements made by the defendant to ABC, American broadcasting companies, including ABC News, 2020, Karen Read, The Perfect Storm, Good Morning America, NBC, Universal, including Dateline, The Night of the Nor'easter, and any statements of the defendant to Terry Unsolved Productions, Muir, or appearing in A Body in the Snow, The Trial of Karen Read, appearing on Investigative Discovery, HBO. Well, there it is, folks. In lieu of testimony by the keeper of records, the defense agrees to the authenticity of statements attributed to her in a two-part Vanity Fair article entitled Karen Read Tells Her Story, Murder Trial in Massachusetts by Julie Miller, published October 29, 2024 and October 30th, 2024. In lieu of testimony by the keeper of records, the defendant agrees to the authenticity of William Reed, Janet Reed, and Nathan Reed's recorded statements, audio, and video of Ted Daniels of Boston News 25. The parties agree to the known DNA standard for John O'Keefe may be submitted without testimony from the forensic scientist. Sophie Hazeman, is that what that says? Hazeman, I can't see.
Raisin.
That
Raisin
created standard. Yeah, I can just blow that up a little. UC Davis. Okay, hold on. Created the standard. The parties also agree that the standard may be used and referenced by analysts from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, Bodie, and UC Davis Veterinary Genetics Lab when they testify to their work, analysis, and conclusions based on samples in this matter, including making statistical opinions based on the standard for John O'Keefe. In lieu of testimony by the keeper of records, the defendant agrees to the authenticity of her medical treatment records and the medical treatment records of John O'Keefe and the admissibility of such records subject to appropriate redactions. In lieu of testimony of the keeper of records, the defendant agrees to the authenticity of reports generated by Canton Fire Department. And then we have, there's more. In lieu of testimony from Andy Klain and Mike Maroli, the defendant stipulates that on September 23rd, 2024, Aperture LLC inspected, photographed, measured, and laser scanned the defendant's 2021 Lexus. I can't read that. It's like cut off or stamped. The 2021 Lexus LX 570, John O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse LT, an area outside of Fairview Road, Canton. On October 2nd, 2024, the driveway and surrounding area of 1 Meadows Ave, Canton, Mass. Were photographed and laser scanned. Additionally, the Commonwealth proposes 10, when questioning witnesses for uniformity and efficiency, the parties agreed to the use of the transcripts from the prior trial that do not contain the sidebar conversations. Hank Brennan.
That was it.
Well, I called that happening for a stipulation because it's either that or they fucking testify. Those are their options. The defense has two options: stipulate or testify. So I want to see what they're. This is for the retrial. Amazing. I knew that was going to happen. Thank you very much. Called it. Hank is a very smart man. So I oftentimes will put myself in his position and be like, what would I do? Right? Like, what would I do if I was Hank? And what would my legal tactic be in that case? And I knew it would be stipulation or testify. Those are going to be your fucking options.
I would, since there's so much out there, I would use it against them.
Oh, yeah. So that's the point, though, is you get them to agree to that as a fact, or they have to testify.
Because it opens the door for more.
Everything opens the door for more. I think the witnesses are very smart people. And if that door gets opened even a crack when it comes to that harassment, it's coming in. Like, it is coming in. Like,
he wants that harassment. That's what.
Mm-hmm. Well, Aiden wants that out, of course, right? And the defense wants that out. They don't want any talk about the harassment because it just makes their client look more guilty, right? And they know that the jury can't unhear it. So of course they want that out. But as the judge said last time, you open that door, it's coming in. So if a witness answers a question and that has to do with what they're answering, it's in. It's in. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. If they answer the question and their answer has anything to do with it,
let's be honest, they're already fucked.
It's coming in. It's coming in at some point. It just is. Like, there's no way around it not coming in. Like, it's going to, just as it did last time. The question is when and in whose testimony does it come in? That's the question, right? Like, yeah, she was telling that to Jen at the bar, that like she didn't understand why the family didn't help more with the kids, so John and her could have time by themselves, because it's called being a parent. I don't remember a day where I get a full 24-hour or 48-hour break from my kids in I don't even know how long. Usually it's one time a year when I go to Saco. Usually that's it. But when you're a parent, that doesn't happen often.
Do you get drunk?
Oh, in Saco, yeah, every time.
Oh, so look at that. We have the former impression of Karen Reed here, folks.
Every year, because I'm floating down the river in a tube. I'm not driving. I'm floating right back to my campsite. Love the Saco River. It's a great time. You're tied off to all your friends in a circle with a big floating cooler in the middle, and you just float down that bitch for hours. It's a grand old time. You don't have to worry about driving. You can just float.
It is just so sad that we need to spend our time and waste all this energy that we have on doing so much great things, like actually advocating for individuals that actually
need help.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I do a lot of that behind closed doors. A lot of it.
I do the same. I mean, I'm on advocating LLC. I fucking pay a shit ton of money for it. Don't get anything back. And you know what? I'm fine with it. Not begging.
You know what? I have never gotten paid for my advocacy work, and people like, you need to, and it's like the people who need my help can't afford to pay me. That's kind of the point, and there's nowhere else for them to turn. I'm it.
But see, that's exactly
what it is.
That's exactly
so it is what it is. They can't afford to pay me, and I'm the only person they have to turn to, so I'm not going to tell them no. I'm going to do whatever I can to help them.
Exactly. But see, the thing is that, if you want to, that's the entire point of this entire conundrum that we're having. Well, not necessarily what we are having, but what is being portrayed as such, is that we know drama sells. I mean, let's be honest with that. Do people care about the truth? No, because the truth is less appealing than fucking drama.
Yeah, it's not appealing. It's not, it's not deep, and it's not down a rabbit hole of some giant conspiracy, which is more time consuming, where people can dig deep into these rabbit holes. It's not a rabbit hole. It's just, it is what it is. And so it's not appealing to them. It's just not. The truth is straightforward and Occam's razor. Like,
But, we have the same thing over and over again, is that the same, or that some people, not saying that exactly the same people, are advocating for innocence while there is no innocence.
Or not advocating.
Well, no. Okay, let me rephrase that. I get it why people do it, but it becomes kind of a pattern when people cry wolf and blame it or believe in the justice system, but then don't believe in the justice system because, they're involved in every single case that is kind of scrupulous in their investigation. And they go, oh yeah, that guy is innocent because, there's something in the government that is wrong, or not in the government because, we believe in our justice system. But hold on a second. If they use the fucking snowblower while it's middle in the fucking winter, there's a snow storm going on. No, they didn't do their investigation right.
Correctly.
Like,
Yeah.
You tell me what the fuck is a correct investigation, and they're not unable to tell you.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing. And also, there's this thing that police have called discretion. Investigators have called discretion. They do the best with what they have, right? And you're in the middle of a blizzard. They tried to put tape up. Tape wasn't happening. Everything was flying everywhere. The wind was howling. There was no tape. There was no canopy. So, oh God, how they not do that? It was a blizzard. There's a reason they couldn't do it. There would be no purpose to, as it would be down the street in about 3 minutes. So
the blasphemy,
like goddamn terrible, awful investigators that you are. How dare you try to figure out ways to find the evidence that aren't what we think they should be? Like, what?
You know, but at least let's be honest. I mean, then let those people tell how to conduct a proper investigation. I mean, isn't that the entire point of arguing such a thing? I mean, you can't just go ahead and say, you know, this isn't done right, because it has been done right. Otherwise, a freaking indictment wouldn't be even submitted.
Right. Well, that's the thing. It's like, you can argue all you want that it wasn't done right, they didn't do this, but you argue that in the court with the jury. It's already happened. It did happen. She was indicted. Like, she's the only one who hasn't been cleared by the FBI at this point, just FYI. Every other person involved in this entire fucking case who has had a finger pointed at them has been cleared by the FBI. Karen Read is the only person who has not been cleared. Like,
shouldn't there then be a point to just ignore those assholes?
I try so hard most of the time. I just do. And then once in a while, I have to come in with something snarky because that's why. Because
I love that too.
So many of them have harassed my life thinking that they're like harming someone who's like bad, because like the sewer turtle told them I'm like bad. And it's funny because everybody who knows me in real life is just like, that's like the farthest thing from what I am. So it's funny, but like, it's hard to deal with in the beginning when all these people are coming at you with all of these lies, and you're like, dude, you're telling stories about me that don't exist and never happened. Like, where was I for that?
But that is the point, and that is what I have always believed in, is that, you know, even though I live in the Netherlands, I almost got killed here because of a case that I covered, and you know, I feel that I'm 100% right, and that never changes. If I cover a story. And, you know, now knowing that I cover only American cases, it's kind of easy, you know, fuck it. I'm just going to tell what I want to tell. What are you going to do? Going to fly over here? Right. You know, but the point is that it's kind of ignorant if you're going to present something as a total and blatant lie without a proper foundation of said argument, and then continue on presenting this false narrative.
But that's why we call it a cult, Frank. Exactly. Because it's a mantra. It's not it's a mantra that they repeat, and certain things that they just repeat over and over and over. And it's literally like mind control. That's what they figured out in science, that if you just repeat it enough, people will repeat it again. And that's the effect that it has had on these people, is he'll repeat it. He'll have his, you know, other people repeat it on their shows, and then it just gets repeated as if it's magically all of a sudden a fact because they keep saying it, when it is in fact not a fact because they just keep saying it. And I could say this guy is purple for the next, 30 days, and people would start literally agreeing with me and being like, yeah, I see some purple in there, because that's the effect it has on the mind. But he's been doing that for years, so he knows exactly what he's doing. Like,
And to be honest, it's kind of a guilty pleasure to just mock these people.
A little bit, just sometimes, just once in a while. I don't seek them out, but if you come and you comment on something I wrote trying to be snarky or trying to insult me, then I'm coming back with facts to make you look stupid, and then it's your own fucking fault at that point. Like, simply that. Like, I don't care. Like, you want to argue something that is not a fact, okay, that is a bold-faced lie, or you want to say something that's supposed to be insulting to someone, okay? First of all, if you have to resort to insults, then you have no argument, number one. Number two, I do that all the time, and I do have an argument. But that's not the point, is they don't start with an argument and then go into insulting someone who's just arguing like things that aren't fact. You know what I'm saying? They run in and go, well, your face is stupid. And your argument is my face is stupid. Like, and then they say dumb things like, oh my God, you're just so, you know what? You're fat and ugly and you're so, they go after people's looks. And it's like, bro, listen, I know I'm not an ugly girl. So when you say stupid things like that, it just makes me chuckle. Like I was a stripper for 10 years. Okay. People paid me to watch me dance naked. I don't need your like, you know what I mean? You to tell me what I look like or what I don't look like. It doesn't hurt my feelings. Okay. I am now a mother of 3. I don't give a shit what you think about what I look like. So it's like the insults for like people's looks and how much money they make. That's a good one for me. That there's everyone else on Free Karen Read is so rich. And because we're poor people, we are not intelligent people, which is the stupidest argument I have ever heard. Einstein was a fucking genius. Okay. Like tell that to Einstein, you dumbasses. Like, I can't. I literally can't.
PBR, don't you think the butt dials are sus though?
No.
Why?
I make them. What? Why? What do they prove or don't prove? Nothing. They prove or don't prove absolutely nothing. One way or another. So no, I don't really care about the butt dials because they don't prove Karen is innocent and they don't prove that she is guilty. So no.
But I just wonder, what are they then supposed? And this is directly.
But once again, we know that Rich Green didn't even read the report correctly. So how do we even know that that's my point. Like until that report, we have the 100% report to know what is and isn't. He also said that there were things deleted that were not deleted. It was deleted by the system of the phone, not by the user.
See, PBR, that is the point. You think think the actions are odd?
You could think they're odd, but I think a lot of things Karen did were odd. Doesn't mean they're murderers.
It's kind of avoiding, isn't it? I mean,
You know
does their butt dial directly connect them to somebody laying in the snow? Sure, I agree with you. They are odd, sure. But you know, fucking odd things happen.
I'm an odd duck, just saying. I'm an odd person in general, so maybe half the things I do are fucking odd, but that doesn't make me a murderer or connected to it.
What I'm trying to explain is that those actions do not directly intermingle each other with Karen Read her own movement.
It did go to voicemail. Freak's right, it did go to voicemail.
Yeah, I did. But does that matter? I mean, it is on your own intelligence, which I'm sure that you have because you're raising that question. Is sure
and because you're here.
That is odd.
Yep, and because you're here. You know, I mean, it takes a little bit of intelligence to come here and not just automatically be a troll and start calling people names. So,
no, it's a fair question. You can say that it's odd, but
you can say it's odd, but that doesn't equate to reasonable doubt. It can't just be any doubt. Reasonable doubt has to be reasonable doubt someone else did it, not just any doubt whatsoever because you found something odd or out of place. That's not reasonable doubt.
No, but that's like up to a prosecutor to determine that doubt, right? Or not to create a reason.
Well, the jury, but reasonable doubt has to be reasonable. It can't just be something like, oh, I found that to be weird. Oh, I found that. It doesn't connect in any way that someone else committed the crime. Therefore, it's not reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt has to be doubt that she committed that crime. Like, and it's not a doubt because they made a butt dial that she didn't commit the crime. Do you know what I'm saying?
There has to be a reasonable substance of the investigation that you think is questionable.
Even questionable.
Maybe somebody else could have done it.
Right, that maybe someone else could have done it. A butt dial doesn't exactly say like maybe someone else could have done it. Like, you know what I mean? And also, since we know that Richard Green did not read it correctly and also had no fucking clue what he was talking about, if they did go to voicemail. They did go to voicemail. That's the thing. We know that they went to voicemail. So we know that they didn't talk on the phone. So if they made a butt dial that then went to voicemail, what does that prove?
Well, CPBR, that is what we were just discussing. And it's great that you point that out, is that the investigation was awful. Then explain to me, and I guess just in general, I'm not attacking you, then explain what a correct investigation is, because they ruled with the rims that they had. And, you know, it was a circumstance that was, you know, not ideal for an investigation. Let's be honest.
No. No.
But
But
still,
also, a lot of the things, though, Frank, that have been told to these people about how bad the investigation were things that not only are not a thing, but don't apply. It was so bad because they didn't put up tape in a thing. That's not a thing. It was so bad because they used snowblowers, which we now know they did little by little to try to uncover any evidence very slowly. That was actually something smart that they did. It was so bad because they didn't go in the house. They did go in the house. So, like, a lot of the things that these people have been told it was so bad because of are not even things that are even true or even things that would make an investigation bad or not bad. But it's been repeated to them over and over and over.
And I get what people are saying because it looks silly from a lay person's perspective.
But there's no, and this what people fail to understand, that there is no way that the Commonwealth would have known that Karen Read and her conspiracy defense team were going to come up with this vast conspiracy later on. What it looked like to them at the time was a hit. She hit him, right? That's it. She hit him. Like, that's what they were looking into. There was no way for them to know that the defense was going to come up with a vast conspiracy involving a dog and everybody in the house. Like, the probable cause to look in that house was gone when Karen was on the lawn screaming, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I hit him. Like, that ruined any probable cause they might have had. And they did enter the house that morning. So, I mean, I get it. Your father was a state trooper. Cool. I mean, I have 2 brothers-in-law that are state troopers. And
doesn't mean
2
shit,
friends. And 2 friends, and they have a very different opinion than your dad has. So that doesn't really mean much to me one way or another, whether someone's opinion of how the investigation was. They still have evidence, right? Like, they still have concrete evidence. Her phone, his phone data, her phone data, the car data, none of that is even alleging to have been altered. The taillight on John's clothing, from her taillight, like, we know that there's no means, motive, or even time for anybody to plant that taillight with a CERT team on there. So, and we know that it was broken at 5 and 8 in the morning. So again, there's evidence to prove that she did it. You know what I mean? Like, there isn't just they botched it so bad there's no evidence. There's still a ton of evidence that proves that she did the crime.
I mean, if you leave the DNA, if you leave the snowblower away, if you leave Stop and Shop back away, there's still CDR data or the onboard computer data.
Infotainment system and EDR data, it's still there. You can't delete it. It can't be altered. Like, it's there, and you couldn't have tampered with it. They're not. The defense isn't even alleging it was tampered with because they know that would be absurd.
And that suffice enough.
Right. So you kind of have to look at all of that. The fact that John's phone never goes inside. Karen told you she tried to take it out of his pocket in that investigation discovery thing that just came out. So we know that that's where he was. Okay. We know that the phone shows he never went in the house, and we know that his phone stops moving forever in that spot that he is found just seconds after Karen backs up at almost 24 miles an hour. So, I mean, that's pretty good snapshot of what happened. You know,
I mean, that DNA, that blood and stuff doesn't prove anything, does it?
Well, they have
all about that.
Yeah, well, that's another thing. They have, the hair on the bumper, and
just forget all that. Just forget all that. That is what is most scrupulous about this. I mean, if Brandon is smart, just use the technological data and make an illustration, make an animation, bingo bang.
That's my point. Is take out all the things that you could be they allege could be suspect in any way, and use the stuff that they're not even alleging it has been touched or tampered with, and it still proves that she committed said crime. Yeah. So, I mean, EDR, DNA, nanoparticles, skull fracture causing raccoon eyes. Well, yeah, that's another thing. People don't actually realize, anybody who's worked in I've actually seen nurses be like, that doesn't happen. And I'm like, you need to go back to school. Okay. Raccoon eyes is something very well known in the medical community. It is the pooling of the blood in the front of the eyes. And they say, why doesn't he have any bruises? Well, A, you don't have to bruise just because you were hit. Number one. Well, number two, he was immediately thrown into the snow, and cold restricts the blood vessels, which is why they tell you if you hurt yourself to put ice on it immediately to stop bruising.
Vascular restriction, you call that.
Correct.
See,
so, I mean, the problem is when people start talking about shit they know nothing about, and then they spew it to other people, and then they repeat it, and that's the problem that we're having, is people who know nothing about what they're talking about just repeating it.
Let me explain the raccoon eyes. It's, for example, when you fall down, the pressure of your your brain has, it doesn't only have blood in it, but it also has a lot of a shit ton of water. So what happens is when your brain has a trauma, and I'm not sure what it's called again. You have a specialized word for that. I can't fucking figure it out. But what it does, it causes pressure. It's like a compressor, for example.
You got to release
So it
goes
causes
to the front.
yeah, it goes to the front, and that vascular restriction that even causes more damage because it stays, and that is why you have your kunai, not because he wasn't beaten. No.
Yeah, no. And as we know, that scratch on his nose is now from a piece of glass that Karen pulled out of his friggin' nose. That scratch is now that piece of glass that she pulled right out of his nose. So, and that's another thing I go back to all the time, Freak, is that 75% throttle. 70, almost pedal to the metal, okay? 75% throttle is what she used to back up, all right? That's like you're angry, putting your foot almost all the way to the floor. 75%. So that's, the floor is here, 75 is about here. Like you're not slowly, you jammed that shit. Like this isn't just a leisurely stroll of backing up little by little. She went 75% throttle, dude.
I have
we know from the data.
I think I even have something for that because I did the
I can't believe it's already 2:00. Unreal. Did not realize it was already 2:00.
If you want,
yeah, she punched it.
Just say so.
I am
'Cause
gonna
talk
go
for
in a
ages
minute.
anyways.
I know I can too. I didn't even realize it was 2:00. So yeah, I am gonna go in a minute because I'm starving like a hostage over here.
Me too.
So hungry. Like I am starving like a freaking hostage. I just want to make sure I didn't miss. I'll take questions, guys, real quick. To make sure you hit the like button and subscribe and all that fun, happy horse banana crap. And if you can give a donation to the channel, we only survive from you guys. You guys are the only way we survive over here on my channel because my channel doesn't tell just bold-faced lies to get donations. We tell truth. So if you like said truth and you like said content, this would be the way to help out. Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal. At the very bottom of the screen, there's a ticker that scrolls by. So when I drop this one, you'll still know how to do it with the ticker. I just want to make sure I don't miss anybody's donations before I go anyway. But yes, exactly. Butt dials never took John's life. Yeah, exactly. Butt dials did not contribute to the death of John O'Keefe.
But I guess that you can question it, which is fair.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to kind of realize, did it contribute really on what happened? Does that exclude the evidence that is being presented in comparison with those butt dials? Are they then really that significant?
Right. Exactly. And that's sort of like, again, I go back to the 75% pedal to the metal that she put there every time in my brain. Always. So, it is what it is. No questions? I'm shocked. You guys usually have at least a few. I am shocked. I will say that you guys should keep your eye on Twitter today because you will see a flurry of shit flying from the docket. I would see today, and it's court closes at 5. Well, 4:30-ish. They want to docket everything by 4:30 here in Mass. They will not docket anything after 4:30, but if they already have something and they haven't docketed it yet, they will docket it up until like 5, sometimes even later, depending. Those cats. But I would say keep an eye on X because there's a ton of stuff just outstanding that still needs to be checked out. So, yeah, I'm going to go eat now because I'm starving like a hostage. You guys can check Frank out. He has his own channel. You can check him out over there. If you guys already haven't, I know a bunch of you guys already do. So, if you're on my replay crew, we will read your donations, if any, after I go on to my next live, which will probably be Sunday morning per usual. I love you guys, and I will leave you with my outro. Talk to y'all later, Gator.